Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Squid Junction 63. It is I, Mad Gamer the Second. I am joined by the wonderful Rice. How are you doing tonight, my friend?
I am doing great. It's been a long day, a little bit of a long day for me, but we're here ready to commentate these two teams, sink or swim. SOS reference, right? And then I'm assuming it's pronounced Nocturne.
I would assume so. They have their logo is a moon, so that makes most sense to me. But yes, it is. we were joking like swim or sink, SOS on Doubt Productions. What is this?
They're cheating on IPL a little bit. Come on.
It's the collab that we didn't know was coming.
Definitely.
We are in round one of Squid Junction. This is the kickoff, basically, of our tournament tonight.
Definitely. And what a map to start on, honestly. Zones on Mako Mart. The classic from Splatoon 2.
Oh my goodness, what better way for... what is it? We are in fresh season? Yeah, no. Fresh season, I think.
I believe we are in fresh
season? We are in the Splatoon 2. That's basically what it is. What better way to celebrate that than with a Splatoon 2 staple zones Mako Mart?
Alright, well, anyways, I think we're just waiting on a couple people to ready up. What do you think we'll be seeing here, I'm mad, just in terms of, like, compositions?
That's such a tricky one. I know Mako Mart, everyone likes it because you have so much versatility, but it seems like there's be a lot of, like, the aggressive comps lately. The backline's kind of faded out. It had a bit of resurgence with the custom D-Leader, but for zones, I wouldn't expect to see it, but I've been surprised before with the Kraken plays. But I feel like if there's gonna be anything, it'll probably be some sort of pencil or whatnot. But we could see some pencil or zap action with some splatter shots mixed in. Maybe Crab. I know the vanilla dualies with the hero, or no, the order dualies have been popular as well.
Yeah, definitely. I know. I think we might see a tent. Yes, that is a tent from the side of Nocturne.
Oh my goodness, not only a tent, that is a tent paired with a H3 nozzle nose. I was never in a million years would have guessed that, but that is their tactical webon of choice tonight.
Yeah, for sure. And on the other side, we see a charger here. We see the ZF charger with the walls and ink strikes.
Both these games just point out all the stops here, like completely throwing us for a loop. We have that the ZNF charger for their backline when they have the zap for the cooler. But there it is. There's the vanilla dualies right there. That's gonna have that crab. Having the crab is so great for the crab is great when you use it, but they just got zooked out of commission right there, and they're gonna be taking down 3 to 4 members of sink or swim down, and Nocturne just really pushing up with this.
Are we in season 1 of Splatoon 3? This is a double crab comp. I just noticed that. Wait a second.
Oh my goodness, you were so right. I didn't even realize the stamper. And that's a triple with that inkjet right there. What the heck? They are just absolutely shutting this down. They want the early wins and move on to the next round.
But this Tri-Saucer being so aggressive got, I think, 3 and a trade there. And that's just taking so much space away from Nocturne or Sink or Swim. They have to move fast, but I don't think they'll get to the zone in time.
Yeah, when you get down to the game like that, where you have like 15 to 20 points left, like you don't really have enough time to set up the kind of push that you want to set up, so you get into these more riskier plays, and that just kind of plays into the favor of the defending team unless you're able to get off some sort of hero play. But unfortunately, they were not able to do that this time around, so it will be Nocturne with the first win of the match.
Yeah, Nocturne, I think what they did really well is they played very aggressively as well. Once they had their hold, we saw that Inkjet got a triple there. I think the Tenebrella just taking as much space as they could on that right side. I guess from our POV, the right side of the map, just making sure that Sink or Swim has to invest all their specials and resources into them on spawn and not onto the zone.
Right, exactly. And I would also say, like, even though that Sink or Swim, they had kind of some specials out there. We saw the crab, but the counter plays from Nocturne kept them from being able to really get much value out of those special uses. So like you said, like they weren't able to do much when on the zone, and once they were pushed back to their base, they had to use all those resources just to get out of spawn and get them off their flat.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, the double crab comp didn't work. Thank God we're not back in season 1, guys.
Not this time, not this time. But going on to Rainmaker on Museum. Well, it's Rainmaker. I was gonna say Museum is a nice crab map. I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't see multiple crowds, but like, I don't know, for Rainmaker maybe. I feel like you would want to have some other specials mixed in just for this mode.
No, definitely. I agree. I think if it was Zone's Museum, we'd probably see
Right.
that Crab again. But Crab is, from my understanding of playing it for a while now, is, especially for Rainmaker, it's such a fast-paced mode.
Mm-hmm.
Crab sort of slows you down. You're sort of stuck in one place, and
Mm-hmm.
you have to like sort of commit to that position. So like for Rainmaker, I think they might try to go for something a little more fast-paced. Maybe we see the V stamper instead of that Crab stamper.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like crap is great for holding space, but for a Rainmaker, you really want to be taking space. But that is going to be the custom leader with that Kraken out and the Nautilus with Splashdown. Ooh, I'm excited for this matchup.
That is, we're pulling out all the stuff here. I actually think Super Swim is the one in the blue right now. But yeah, Nocturne keeping that H3 actually, not a very common pick in general, but especially for Rainmaker.
Now they're opting to use that for their cooler weapon. I feel like that is a comfort pick for that player right there. But it looks like they swapped to that bucket there. I'm not sure what they swapped out, but keeping the Tintabrella is certainly a fantastic pick, especially with the vacuum. Look at them able to push up so far, so many points. It is going to be the splashdown. No, not even the splashdown. They survived the splashdown and got it to 1. They were just able to stop them from getting the KO.
Yeah, this is a huge lead from Nocturne here. They're holding so much back control here. Takes 1 down. That's the cooler. And the Slasher just being a menace in the spawn right now.
Oh my goodness. Stomp is just absolutely stomping them on them right now. They're just completely locked in. They have to get that Rainmaker out of there, or it's going to be just a tick away from getting the KO. But they are struggling to even do that. That Rainmaker is locked into that pedestal area right now.
Yeah, we see the splatter shot. I think that's Fury. They just get the KO there. What happened?
The pressure was so strong right from the beginning. It just stayed on Swimmer Singh's plat the whole time, and then just like they couldn't push out. Like, and then once it was just a leader, they had to be able to hit their shots to stop that KO, and just the squid rolls were too much. It just they are outmaneuvered them.
We're gonna look at a bit of an instant replay here. We see the cooler out early for, I believe that was Sinker Swim. I think we established colors were a bit reversed, but Nocturne getting that early check. Then we see this vacuum push. This is such a big push. I think the vacuum survived that splashdown. Oh, Rainmaker survives there and gets it to that 1 point.
Yeah, that was insane. Just being able to maneuver themselves around the Rainmaker pedestal to survive the splashdown was such a quick thinking on their part. It was unfortunate that they didn't survive to get the KO, but the pressure was still on them the whole time. Like, they weren't able to get it out of there in time, and so they were able to move in. The strikes came in, clear the Rainmaker, and then they were able to pick it up and just dunk it right there.
No, definitely. And I think like Nocturne playing so aggressively benefited them at the end there. They had so much space in Sink or Swim's spawn compared to, I guess, just Sink or Swim just couldn't really even just get out of the plat area,
No, absolutely. Just they put the pedal to the metal right from the get-go, and they just weren't able to get the momentum to come back from that.
For sure. I think we might be taking a bit of a break. I know that was a fast one. I don't think we even hit the 10-minute mark.
No, we did not. That was such a fast game. Like, I wasn't paying attention to when they finished it, but wow, we're already to that break.
All right, so I think we'll take a quick break while we wait for our next set right now. But don't go anywhere. More with Junction action coming to you soon.
Hello everyone. Welcome back to the Squid Junction. We are looking at the bracket right now. We had quite the speedy first round here, but we still have quite a few other teams getting set up, getting into this second round here. And what can you tell us from what we're looking at, Rice?
Yeah, we can see a lot of teams had buys today. I think we had 27 signups today. So a couple teams having buys, usually that those top few seeds. We can see 1 seed, 8 seed. I think 1 through 8 seed all had buys round one. But we're just scrolling through a couple 0-1s, couple 2-0s already. The one we had early was a 2-0. I think we had a set that's 1-1, so that's probably an exciting set that sadly we won't be seeing on stream. But talking about our stream set, we have Project Mouse versus Persistence on stream right now.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I have to pull up the Project Master because I know Persistence. Persistence is quite the name in the comp scene right now. They have competed in quite a few lands and other tournaments. Pretty strong team, but I am not too familiar with Project Mouse. I assume from the name that they're probably a pickup, perhaps.
So there's a team called Project Rat, and
Uh,
they're not a project. It's an actual team. It's just called Project Rat. So we have a couple
ah,
yeah, we have a couple members from that team and a couple of their friends, just a bit of a pickup, trying to be funny with their name. But yes, Persistence, long time team. They've been around for years. See them in a lot of lands, a lot of tournaments. They've been catching fire recently, making a lot of strong placements and getting a lot of upsets as well.
No, yeah, they are definitely on the rise here, and this should be a pretty fantastic matchup here, because like as you said, Project Mouse is at least half a team with half a pickup, but from what I could tell from their scene, like these teams are pretty close, so I imagine we're gonna have quite the fight on our hands.
Yes, definitely. We are still in a best of three format, so whoever gets the first two games win the set.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, both the 8 and 9 seeds, this will be our, in theory, our closest match of this round. But let's forget about talking about more of the teams. Let's actually get into the map modes. Our round, first game we have right now is gonna be tower control on ship shape.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about you, but I feel like this map is very hit or miss for teams. This particular map mode is like they're either do incredibly well or not so well. I am in the not so well camp right now, but just like this is a tough map to fight on. There's a lot of open area, and with tower control in particular, just like there's not really good places to set up well, especially if there's a backline on one of the teams.
No, for sure. This is a very tough map for defenders, especially. This is a very attacker focused map mode. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
again, tower control, such a snowbally map mode, anyways. Or
Mm-hmm.
a snowbally mode with attackers getting that special advantage compared to the defenders. But I think what's gonna be important is just whoever can play that neutral game at the beginning of the game better, right? Not going
Right.
too early, playing for their specials, and trying to just move up together as a team.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I'm trying to like this. We've seen a lot of the Zuka, a lot of the cooler, but I know like Booyah Bomb and the triple strikes they have their place for tower control, but I feel like Crab once again the Crab really can shine on here because of how well it can hold that space, and once again because of how open it is, it can take advantage of kind of that backline esque hold that it has.
Yeah, definitely. We see a 52 Gal from the side of Project Mouse and a 96 Deco from the side of Persistence. I know Ichi probably the only one trick of the 96 Gal I know of in mid level.
Oh man, oh looking at these things. Oh yes, they do have that 96 scowl. I'm surprised they're bringing. I know once upon a time Kraken was the special to play for tower control, but it is not quite seen as much use. But I'm impressed they're bringing out here, and against kind of like the 52 is that wall gal fight that we're gonna be seeing here.
Now we see Project Mouse getting a really good push to start off here. I think we see Bane going for that flank, gets one. Is traded out by one of their teammates, but still in advantage. Project Mouse just pushing that tower, but the pencil goes down.
With how Project Mouse is set up right here, that carbon roller has a lot. Well, I was gonna say that carbon roller has a lot of space to work with. Then their team goes down, and now they have no space to work with. So they're they're definitely gonna be regrouping here. But like that's the thing with having a carbon roller is when you have the advantage and have that kind of pressure built up, they're able to just maneuver around and just get those nice sharks. But once they start getting pushed back, it gets a lot harder for that carbon to be able to move.
Yeah, we just see the carbon sharking around here. Gets the shot. Might get this 96 gal. Yes, gets the 96 gal and is able to pressure that tower really easily.
No, like they were sitting there for quite a while. Persistence was not able to spot them out in time, and so they took down at least 2 of the members, effectively stopping that push before it could even get started. And now they are back in control of the tower and pushing on up. Shot is down, but the Zuka is going to be coming out from the carbon roller, and they're going to be pushing right on up with that.
Oh, the carbon roller gets the shot with a couple burst bombs. That's 3 down for the side of Persistence, and Project Mouse getting close to that second checkpoint again. Might be able to break it here.
Oh yeah, and then that last member, the bucket, did go down. They are going to be trying to push up. They get the checkpoint, but now the rest of Persistence is up, ready to defend the tower. It's going to be a kind of a scuffle here. Is Rat going to be able to come out on top? They do. 3 members down for Persistence. It is just the pencil. Will they have enough to be able to stop it? The splatter shot is really rushing them right now.
And they weren't able to stop that. The suction bomb well placed, but just the tower momentum able to get it through the get it through to the end there.
Just again, the absolute pressure that Mouse was able to put on them. They had a nice push going there, but it was once again that carbon roller. They had just a little bit of ink to work with, but they used that so effectively because they knew exactly where that tower was going to be going. And that's kind of thing with the tower control on this map. It's like you know where that tower is going to be going, so it's easy to set up as when you have that advantage already. It can be hard for the defending team to be able to come back from that when you are being pressured so heavily.
Yeah, for sure. And we're just looking at a bit of this replay. Tatsuka getting one, tries to trade out this other shot, but you know, Akimi able to just throw a couple of burst bombs there, weak enough to get that kill. And this was sort of where the snowball began, or towards the end began. We see like Persistence, Labby getting 2, gets 2 there, and just able to survive so long with that 52 gal and that splash wall.
Oh, absolutely. Getting winning the 1v2, that was such a clutch play for them. That was how they were able to really close out that match. When they did, it probably would have gone on a little bit longer if they hadn't been able to hold that corner right there. But they managed to do so, and it will be going into zones on Ramen. And honestly, I feel like that is, like, again, because of how inconsistent tower control on Ship can be, I don't blame Persistence for dropping that match. Like, they have a great opportunity to bring it back in this next one.
For sure. Zones on Robo Ramen, probably when it came out, probably everyone's favorite zones map for a while. I'm not too sure if people agree on that anymore. I still think it's a very, probably one of the better zones maps. I think there are things that can go over it, but you know, this is still pretty. I think this will be a pretty back and forth match. I think it just really depends on which team can secure the opponent's elbow the fastest and for the longest time.
No, absolutely. That is one of the key positions to have when you're defending the zone, or rather when you're in the zone, putting pressure on the other team. That being said, you can't rule out that kind of left flank there. Like, if you have to keep an eye on that, if you're not paying attention, that can certainly blindside you, but that is certainly, having that elbow is the key position to have.
Yeah, and we see both teams rolling out the same comps. I think they're gonna be pretty confident with what they're playing right now. Is that opening gambit I see on Labby?
Oh my goodness, they're going to be going right at it. Like, you know, they're going to be going for that early aggression with that opening gambit on there, and they certainly are going to be trying. But it is Persistence with the first zone cap, trying to get some points on the board, and the shot is the one that's going to be going down first, putting Persistence even a greater advantage.
Bane trying to go for that cheeky play. Labby able to clean off that pick right there. And we see 2 on that far left side. The Zuka coming out for Persistence. But actually the shot going down. And this 96 as well.
Oof. that is going to be Project Mouse with the zone cap. And we already see the shot moving on it up to that elbow like we were talking about, just trying to keep the pressure going. But sadly, they were alone and they will be taken down by the specials. But that was a good distraction because it meant that most of those strikes were used to just push them out and were not on the zone. However, Persistence still with control of the zone, and the Kraken's going to be coming out, getting a nice splat right there, and it's going to be a 2v2 situation with the Carbon having to jump out.
Yeah, Persistence getting zone here. They're gonna be close to this lead. Uses the Zuka on the, I think that's Jolly Bird with the splatter shot. But Labby putting out that wall, putting a lot of pressure down. It's kind of just a fight for zone right now. The Whale's coming out for Labby. They're gonna try to push up with this here with the Carbon Roller.
Oh, absolutely. And that is one of the weapons that will take a full advantage of the kind of like left flank. Because you have that wall there that really the defenders, if we're not watching it, could just be a bit of a blind spot. But so far, well, the Carbon is going to take out the 96, trying to push up for that pencil. But they are spotted out by the bucket and will be taken down. Not quite able to get the lead back from Persistence. And Persistence coming back to take the zone once again. I feel like taking down that Carbon when they did, that could have been rather devastating if they didn't get them under control.
No, for sure. And we see this Carbon trying to just sneak around again here. Might get the pick here. Unable to hit the shot, but you know, they went down to the spotter shot. But Labby there just to clean up the kill that the Carbon initiated there.
Absolutely. And the 52 trying to make something happen. Gets a nice splat on the bucket here. That's exactly what they wanted. And they get the 96 as well. That is 3 members down off of Persistence. And they're going to be trying to hunt down the last one. But oh no, they did get them. I thought they jumped out in time. Now they're going to have a lot of pressure on this elbow. And another member goes down trying to come back from spawn.
Yeah, that's quite dangerous situation Persistence is in right now. They need to take it a little slow. They use the Kraken. This might be their chance to go in. Takes down Bane, takes down Okimi on the Carbon. They need to see Labby, but Labby gets 1, gets 2, and is still behind the backline.
Oh, but Ichi here with the 96 doesn't get anything with the Kraken, but is able to follow up with their main weapon and is able to take down the pencil. But it is a fight in zone right now, and it is just the pencil for Project Mouse up. Persistence, no more penalty points. They are ticking away at their points, so close to getting the lead, and they're going to be throwing out some specials to keep them at bay. Ooh, the pencil going down. I don't think they pop Kula here. That's going to be huge for Persistence.
Yeah, and that Zuka trade, or not trade, but, you know, Jolly Bird got the kill on that Zuka, goes in for the Carbon Roller. Oh my god, Jolly Bird, a little overextended, but, you know, they have just a couple more seconds here. They just need to aim for the zone.
Oh no. They just the one member remaining. They are so close to having that. Like, I saw the wall coming out and taking out that player, and I thought perhaps they had it, but no. Project Mouse able to get the cap just in the nick of time. They are still in this match with the last minute remaining. Kraken going out trying to find something, doesn't get anything, but survives to keep on fighting. That's going to be huge because they are well pushed up into their base right now, and it's just a bit of a fight on that right side.
Yeah, we have a couple split fights here. One jumps out, and that's 3 down for the side of Persistence. Can Project Mouse hold this long enough for them to take back this lead?
They had quite a few penalty points, but it is not impossible. They're already so close to taking them down, but they have to get a near knockout to get the lead back, and they only have 30 seconds to do so. 52 is already down. You get the shot, so that's going to be a bit in their favor, but if Stormy not able to win that fight, that's going to be huge for Project Mouse. Now, Persistence on the back foot. They really have to make something if they want this to go through, but they get 2 down. This is their chance. They have 17 seconds. They got to cap the zone.
Yeah, Ichi's Krakens have been huge this game. Do they see the Carbon on the zone? I think they do, and they take it down. It's just Labby on the 52, and that's the wipeout for the side of Persistence.
That was huge right there. They had a bit of breathing room because of how large their lead was, but with the 2 members down in the 30 seconds, it was definitely getting hot for them, but they were able to clutch it out. They were able to find the 52, find the Carbon, and able to keep them at bay. They weren't going to be taken down or kind of like getting flanked by them. That could have been devastating if they were wiped out at the end there.
Yeah, such a back and forth game this one is. As we said, this one probably a more back and forth with just how the map works. That's a crazy Zuka kill. onto Jollybird, but we see Labby here. This was pretty much where Persistence took back that lead. Labby was behind their backlines, but I think they recognized it and were able to sort of just push back in. We see Ichi with the huge Kraken plays, gets 2 here, and is just able to survive from that pencil as well.
That was an excellent Kraken play right there. They knew that both the 52 and the Carbon had kind of been hanging out on that ledge right there for the majority of the game when even when they're at a disadvantage. You can see the Carbon and the 52 just absolutely pushed up, trying to get some space, get a cheeky pick, but they were smart to it. They caught on. They had the Kraken and went right for that spot to shut them down, and that's what gave them such a good opportunity to get that zone back in that last 30 seconds.
No, for sure. And I know these two, at least for Project Rat and Persistence, they're pretty close friends. So probably from Persistence experience, they probably knew sort of how some of the Project Rat players played. And that might have got into their advantage of like, oh, I know you like sharking here. Let me just crack in over there a little bit, you know?
No, for sure, for sure. And this is going to put them at that 1-1 spot that they want to have. They are in a nice spot. And Rainmaker Humpback, a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more chaotic. But, like, this is another, well, I was going to say it's a Splatoon 2 staple as well. But with the checkpoints and the lack of Stingray, it's not quite the same map mode that we used to, that we know and love.
Definitely, and I think for this might favor the side of Project Mouse just a little bit more because they have Okimi on that Carbon Roller. Carbon Roller is such a scary weapon on this map mode.
Oh, absolutely. Because of all the trenches, the little divots that can hide in, you gotta be careful when you're pushing up. But neither team really, they've been sticking with this comp for the majority of the time, and like, they are definitely liking what they're running with.
Now we see Lavi here again with the opening gambit. They might try to go for an early pick here. We just see them trying to push up, but the Slosher doing a really good job of preventing that. The Carbon goes down early, and the shot takes down Labby on that 52.
That's exactly what Persistence won right there. The 52 and the Carbon as one of their... Ooh, nice Zuka plays. That is a 3 down in 2 seconds. I was gonna say that could have been a good opportunity for Persistence because the Carbon and the 52 is such a thorn in their side, but the comeback, being able to be on that Tacticooler meant they were able to come back to the defense, and the clutch Zuka play shut down the push before they could reach that pedestal.
Yeah, for sure. And we see the Carbon just sort of going around here, unable to get the pick on Stormy, might be able to get some help here. Bane gets that pick, and we see Jollybird trying to just survive the Zuka right now.
They're going for it. It's just a bit of a stalemate, kind of going back and forth, but it is going to be Project Mouse with the Rainmaker looking to push up to this corner here, but the Zuka's going to be coming out. We see Ichi with the 96 watching that corner. If they can throw that splash wall, they can get a lot of range here, but they are going to be dunking it on that first checkpoint, and with 2 down to boot, they could get some serious points off of this if Persistence isn't careful.
Now we see Bane going for a clutch play here. Gets taken down, and I think Ichi's gonna be able to get this Rainmaker with the Kraken.
They are definitely going to be taking down the Kraken, still able to survive as well, getting that splash wall out just as Lavi comes up. It is 2 down for Project Mouse. They got it up to 49, which is not a safe push on this map, but they are still going at it. That is going to be another 2 down off of Persistence, and the Rainmaker has not left this corner.
Yeah, for sure. Stormy getting a clutch pick onto Labby, and this is probably where they can take most of mid back. We see Okimi sort of just sharking on that, I guess, left side of our camera right now, trying to get that pick onto Ichi.
It is just like a dogfight between those two gals right now. They've been going at each other for both of these matches, but the flank on that pencil... Did they survive? I don't know if they survived. They did survive. They were able to get out of the way in time, but that means they are going to be back in their spawn. Carbon takes down 1, trying to find the second, doesn't get it, but they are once again on the offensive with this push and getting a couple more points on the board before they're shut down at 29.
Yeah, Toba's just running in for those points right now. They're both of the players on Project Mouse in the trench area. We see Okimi on that roller just trying to get their escape route. Able to... Oh, I guess I jinxed it. They almost got out while this 52 gal from Labby is sort of just stalling in mid against Persistence.
I can't believe that first of all the splash getting the flank there, but then the Carbon jumping in. There was a 50-50 chance of them surviving that, but they survived and then got 2 more off of that. That was such a good play right there. But now it is Persistence, Ichi, 2 Krakens, and then 1 more. They are 3 members down, just the Pencil. They're going to be running, not quite able to get the lead. The Splash was not quite able to protect them, but they're alive and kicking. If they're able to win this pot, they could get some more points on this.
Oh, for sure. And the strikes coming out from Stormy takes Labby down. They're able to take the lead here, and they take one down with them as well.
Oh, they're still set up in this corner. They gotta watch out for the Carbon there. Stormy doesn't see the Carbon. Are they gonna get stuck? They are gonna be taken down by the Carbon. Project Mouse, they got a minute left to get this lead back, and on Rainmaker Humpback, no lead is safe, but it's still quite the hill to climb here, especially with Persistence coming back from spawn, and that Kraken is indeed online.
As we can say, Persistence is quite persistent here. We see Ichi coming out with the Kraken. That might be a bit of a dead push from Project Mouse here. And all the Kraken is trying to do right now is to stall time.
They were able to get the 2 members down, and then having the Kraken there meant that the Rainmaker had to back up. They couldn't hold that space for the rest of their team to respawn. So it did shut down that push, but they're jumping back in rather quickly. Once again, the Splattershot getting some nice fights here, and they are going to be pushing for it. They're going to be trying to get it, but Stormy's going to take down the Splattershot. Are they going to be able to get the lead? No, not quite. 3 points away. Carbon and 52 on the Maker. Going to try to pop it, but the Pencil is right there, and the Carbon gets taken down.
The Carbon trying to go for a bit of a play there, and I think Persistence, they need to drop the Rainmaker now. They get it into mid. Ichi just running into this corner. Will Project Mouse be able to take them down here?
It does not look like they will be able to. That was exactly what Persistence wanted to do. They grabbed that Rainmaker. If they had been taken down while they're in the middle of the rail, that would have been quite unfortunate, but they were able to touch the ground and get it into that corner. But I feel like even if they hadn't been able to, 2 members of Project Mouse had been taken down, and then the Pencil right after that. It was just the Carbon, and they couldn't get to their Rainmaker in time.
Yeah, you know something I noticed? We didn't see any vacuums on this map. Something that I know a lot of teams like to do is just vacuum through this choke. It's so hard to move past without any special, without, at least taking a team wipe. We see Ichi with this clutch double, leaving just a Pencil in their spawn, and then Stormy with these strikes gets the pop, and that's where they took the lead.
Like, if there's any way to just get the advantage in a standoff with the Rainmaker shield, just throw a couple of strikes out. Like, what are they gonna do? Run away?
No, for sure. And I feel like it could have went both ways. I think Persistence getting that 3 down when they were pushing was very key to them winning, but Project Mouse almost brought that back. It was just a little unfortunate. Carbon got taken down a little early, and they just weren't able to recover from that.
No, absolutely. It's just that is the chaotic nature of Rainmaker and Humpback in particular. They definitely had that advantage with that Carbon roll like we were talking about earlier, but I think, once Persistence kind of wised up to the plays of that Carbon, they were able to counterplay them a little bit more effectively during that match.
Most definitely, and I think we might take a little look at the bracket right now. We did finish this set. We can see some of the other sets going on. We see at the top right now a 1-0 set for Never Back Down, Never What against Drop It Like It's Hot. Why did they make their names so long? Please shorten your names.
Acronyms, people, acronyms.
For real. Yeah, but we also see XOXO 1-0 over We Love Roblox. We see another 2-1 here. Win goes to What You Egg. Hades taking a 2-1 victory. We have You're Not a that team 2-0 Super Team 5. Lots of 2-1s, 2-0s. What do you expect? It's best of 3, but I think we see a lot of 2-1s in this round, and we can tell that they're pretty close.
Mm-hmm. No, absolutely. Like what that the first round is always very chaotic. You kind of get that the mismatch, but once like already round two, even like this is pretty fire to see such like even matchups, and I am looking forward to our next round and see what they have in store for us. But I do believe we'll be going to a short break before that, so uh, stay tuned, stay hydrated, and we'll be right back. Hello, hello everyone. Welcome back to Squid Junction 63. It is I, Mad Gamer the Second, joined once again by Rice. Our next matchup, XOXO versus You Egg.
You egg? Question mark?
You Egg?
Yes,
I
we
do
have.
I like
Do you indeed egg?
I do indeed egg.
All right, yeah, XOXO and U egg being a pickup, XOXO a more established team, but the players from U egg have been playing against XOXO for like a very long time now. I see them in like every SOS.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm pretty sure I saw 5th gen, I saw Luna, like it's a pretty stacked pickup, not gonna lie. It's gonna be a tough matchup for sure.
Yeah,
Where are
and
we at now? We're quarterfinals. We're not quite semifinals, but still we're getting up there. We're getting to the really spicy maps. It's gonna get even spicier from here.
okay, apparently it's what you egg. So we forgot the what at the beginning, but I was a little confused about that. But it's all right. We move on. We just call the team egg. You know, we don't have to say the full name.
Honestly, I feel like you egg is funnier. Not gonna
No,
lie.
I would agree.
Just like you egg. Nothing
You
else.
egg?
You egg.
Yeah, and
But we're gonna be hopping into it. It's Scorch something. I didn't see what the mode was, but it's Scorch.
it's Clam Blitz, I believe.
Oh,
Yes, it
fun.
is.
That sounded very sarcastic, but Clamblet Scorch is actually pretty fun, and it's gonna be interesting to see what these teams bring out for it. We have Zap versus Pencil for Tacticaler, but we have the Neo machine for that Zuka, the double Zuka coming out. Crab on top of that. Crab is an excellent special for this, just because of that giant projectile in the middle. It makes it great for holding space. But anyway, 2 down off of XOXO.
Oh man, and then that's a 2 down off of U egg. You know, XOXO doing a good job just trying to hold their space right here. I like to think Clambless score just such a fight for just whoever gets the first advantage here. We see Luna sharking there, gets one with that Zuka, tries to get another one, gets sharked out by Kiki on the shot as well, and sort of just a fight for mid right now. We see, the first score going to U egg, and the double from that Zuka there.
I honestly expected them to get the triple right there. They were so close to getting that last shot, but still, the defense on par, single-handedly shutting down that push. They did get the power climb in, but with Clam Blitz, they didn't have any follow-up, and so that is going to be pretty easy to take that lead back here, and they are setting up to do just that right now.
Yeah, for sure. And look at that clam economy from XOXO. They have 2 power clams with a pity in spawn, but Hornet with that Zuka gets an assist on the other one, and that's not going to be that big of a push for XOXO.
No, it is not. They do get the lead there, but like only barely. That is still pretty darn winnable. But Kiki once again with the double right there, taking 2 with them, but it is now a 2v2 situation with David having to just kind of hold space on their own right now, and they got 2-3 members of XOXO just really bearing down on them right now.
Yeah, I think David did a really good job just not going down there. I think that was the important thing. They get a trade on that shot. We've seen Kiki just going insane with it, so that might be a crucial pick for them.
No, absolutely. We do see with what you egg with the kind of the map advantage right now, but they don't have too many clams to their name versus XOXO. If they get something going here, they have some clams to back that up. The Zipper is trying to find something, but does get shut down.
Yeah, that's gonna be 1 down for the side of XOXO, but XO deciding to come back Kiki with that Zuka. That's 2 down for the side of U egg, and it's kind of Hornet in this 3v1 situation.
I don't care who you are. You ain't winning that, my friend. Like, that is not a good situation to be in, but they did their best, and they could have gotten something out of it, but now they are 2 members down, and they are really putting on the aggression here. XOXO is going to be getting the basket open, and with a little bit more to their lead.
No follow-up right now on their economy, but they might just try to stall this as much as they can. a score to 67 just makes it so when UEG scores, they have to score more than one power plus 2 clams.
They can't make it in overtime, come back with this. They'll have to get some follow-up along with it. We do see the crab getting popped a little bit early just to kind of hold space. They're having to use resources to just push XOXO out of their area. Like, they are really backed into a corner right now and having to spend a lot of resources just to get back to mid. And they are not getting a whole lot of ground. Their shot goes down, their dualies go down, and it's just a pistol remaining. They are forced to back up here.
Yeah, and this is going to be a pretty big score from XOXO. They get it to 57, but look at all that follow-up they have on spec on that Stamper.
Oh yeah, this is going to take a lot to come back from a lead like this. Holy moly, down to 18. If they have a couple of clams on standby, are they able to sneak it in? Oh, Kiki's going for it. They're going to go for it. 2 more, 3 more, 4 more clams. 3 clams till the knockout. And I see 3 clams in XO's possession, but it doesn't appear to be close enough to be in the basket to throw them, so it is going to be the end of that push right there.
For sure, Kiki going in to just make this a single-digit game is sort of what you see on a lot of Scorch games. Teams getting very big pushes, and, you know, sort of playing that defense right now. We see Spec going in for the Zipcaster. Luna takes down, I think that's DJ. The trades just going back and forth.
Oh man, I feel like Scorch, you can go either way. You could have quite the stalemate team match, or you could have a game like this where it's just such strong pushes. Like the momentum they're able to hold with each of their attempts puts so much points on the board. What You Egg has 2 power clams in their possession, but it's not going to be enough. They're going to have a lot of follow-up, but they just can't get out of base right now, and it is now overtime.
Yeah, it's so tough for them to move. We see Devade with this crab tank try to get the Stamper. Gets one, but I don't think there's enough time for UX to really get to the other side of the map.
No, it's like now, like Xbox doesn't really need to do a whole lot. They just have to stall for the first half of that overtime because the map is so big they can't get over there, especially with the amount of green paint that's on the map right now.
For sure, and we see the first game going to XOXO. What a push they had midway through the game.
Oh, absolutely. It's just like it seemed pretty even starting out there, but then like slowly but surely, XOXO gained and kept so much of that ground. Like, look at this push right here. What You Egg had XOXO 3 members down, but a single Zuka play could cut those numbers in half. They were only able to get the 1 power clam in, and just weren't able to follow up with it.
Yeah, for sure. And we see here, this was the XO's first push. They didn't really get too much into it, but once they got, not this push, but they got a second power clam in here, kind of just holding space here. They knew they didn't have a lot of follow-up, but what they did was just hold space, and they were able to just get even more clams in on this third opening.
Now, they kind of threw off What You Egg's groove right at the beginning there. I don't think they were quite expecting that, and they just weren't able to get back into their their mojo. Like, not even at the end there, just kind of completely thrown for a loop. And that can be clamless for you. It could be very hard to really break back in once you lose that advantage.
For sure. And, you know, Scorch Gorge, it's such a interesting map to me in terms of, like, a lot of people like this map, but I feel like when you're defending, it's so tough when the opponents are already on your snipe. But, you know, getting to that snipe area isn't necessarily easy.
Indeed. It's just, it's tough, man. It is tough. But good on XOXO for bringing that out. Such a great performance by them. Tower control on Hackwitch, though, is like, I don't know, it's the complete opposite of how Clambless Scorch can play out. I feel like it's just like you have the one team that is able to get a really good push, or really no, it's you can have that kind of back and forth, but it is less of the stalemate back and forth and more of the every team gets a push going kind of back and forth.
No, for sure. And we're moving into this game pretty fast. We have actually a double shot comp on the side of UEG, and, you know, XOXO sticking with their guns, sticking to what they had earlier.
Indeed. They're not really changing things up. The what you ate going for that double Zuka, but going for the double shot, get a little bit more paint on them, which is surprising. I honestly thought that the machine would be a good pick for tower control, but holy moly, the Zook comes out, 3 members go down, XOXO on the path again.
I think someone needs to check Kiki right now. I think that was just they shot a Zuka through mid and got two, but here comes Luna with their own Zuka. Fishy stuck on their own on that left side, and this is gonna be UX push right here.
That was quite the opening right there. The instant turnaround of the advantage was so sudden, but they weren't even able to get to the checkpoint, so it is going to be what UX opportunity to take the lead and start shooting through that checkpoint. Crab comes out. Crab is what you want to have for a tower control match because it once again has so much of that space filling material, but not quite able to get through the checkpoint. 2 members of what UX down, and it's just the 2 shots remaining.
Yeah, and two more go down again for UA. It's just the Pencil and Hornet on this V shot here, trying to make a play on the left, but gets collapsed on by 3.
That's one of the things that XOXO is doing well here. Is they're moving like a unit. Like we see Kiki here making some of those like clutch plays at the Zuka shop, and then they're just like overwhelming what you egg in each of their individual players with just their whole squad. Like we saw the bucket trying to do a 1v3. It's just not working out for them, and they are going to be through that checkpoint right as the crack comes out, taking the lead back.
Yeah, David here. I think they know Kiki's there. Nice. They took down Kiki there, but still 3 up on the side of EXO, and they're holding their own side of mid really well here.
No, absolutely. Like they get shut down there. The push was dead, but once again the Zuka comes out. 2 members goes down. It's just like they were able to hold their own space, but it seems like even with that kind of clutch play right there, they still weren't able to get much from that. They do get the trade, and they have a bit of map control on their side, but once again, it is going to be what you egg on the forward push here, trying to get that last checkpoint. If they were able to dodge the Zipcaster coming out from that Stamper.
Yeah, spec on that Stamper, and Kiki again with the Zuka gets 2. Tries to get Hornet here. Hornet takes down CJ, and it's going to be a bit of a 1v1 between Hornet and... Oh, actually, that's David and Kiki, but it's just Kiki doing such a good job cleaning up there.
Now they get taken down by the pencil, but they're winning a lot of the 1v1s, which is what you want to see from a frontline aggressor. You got to be able to win those 1v1s or even those 1v2s. They're just like, if you're able to win more of your 1v1s, you're going to be in control more often. And we do see a nice return Zuka from Horn. It's like, no, you're not the only one who gets some nice Zuka shots here.
Yeah, Hornet saying no, I can do it too. That trade from the Stamper to Zuka getting, I think that was Luna on the right elbow there. Oh, that was actually Devade.
We are just in a bit of a firefight right now. Just a lot of chaos going on. With the cooler in play, teams are getting taken down but back almost immediately, and just like there hasn't been quite a unified push in a minute or so just because of how many members are going down off of each team.
It's been such a back and forth this last minute. The Zipcaster gets 1, but that's 3 down for the side of XOXO, but they have the cooler, so I think they're gonna be back fast. Just Kiki right now, they're in spawn, and this is UX's chance to start pushing up.
Oh, absolutely. And they gotta figure out how to hold XOXO at bay, because it seems like every time they've made a push, XOXO has been able to kind of break that hold most of the time with a well-played Zuka shot. But if they're able to take down Kiki or their other Zuka player earlier on, they could have that. But unfortunately, both of their shots go down. It is just a Dualies. Dualies gets 1. The pencil is forced to back out. The jump gets taken down. 30 seconds left, and they can take that lead back because it's not to the checkpoint, but they have to win their fights here. Kiki on tower, they do get taken down, but it is not happening right now.
Yeah, we see Spec, they jumped in there. I think 5th Gen sees them, but the Stamper going for that long flank onto the pencil gets taken down, and it's just the other 3 members from XOXO here.
Once again, the Zuka comes out. Pencil. Oh my goodness, Fishy, stop! What the heck? That is going to be a near wipeout with just Fishy alone to just end that set right there. It's like, no, we are done. We're moving on. Thank you.
I think Fishy was sick of us complimenting Kiki and just said, "Hey, I can do it too. It's not just Kiki."
Like, oh, you thought that was impressive? Hold my cooler. Watch this.
Oh my god! What a play at the end there from Fishy. Oh my god.
But for real though, like what you make definitely has some really good plays, and they were so close to bringing that back. But just the consistency that XOXO was able to win a lot of their fights. Every time they made a move on that checkpoint right there, Zuka comes out, two members go down, end a push over and over again. And just like they weren't quite able to break that cycle. Like they were so close near the end, but again, the Zuka just threw a wrench in whatever plan they had.
As we say, the lottery Zuka from the heavens.
Of course, we can't we gotta give credit to that Zipcaster there, doing some excellent work with the distraction and just putting so much pressure on that back line. But just like it was, wow, I am impressed and stunned at the same time.
Yeah, amazing plays from everyone there. That game, I think if Egg started that push a little sooner than they had at the end there, that was definitely winnable for them. They got that checkpoint and they were ready to start pushing. But you know, on the side of XOXO, they just had a Zuka every single time that Ueg was just at that checkpoint.
No, absolutely. And add cooler on top of that, like even if they go down, boom, they're back to spawn with a Zuka on hand.
For sure. And we're taking a quick look at the bracket here. I think we actually have our next set ready, so we might just jump into that right away. But we've seen Never Back Down, Never What playing XOXO at the top of the bracket. And the set we're looking at is going to be Hades versus, I think it's Lock the Freak.
Lock the Freak in just a lot of exclamation points.
Yes, lots of exclamation points. But yes, we are gonna... Will we be taking a bit of break? Nah, alright. We are gonna go... Who needs a break? We can just go in real fast. But we are onto our strike system. This is gonna be a best of 5. There were 7 maps. 2 of them were striked out. Would you like to tell us? Would you like to tell us what those 2 maps were, Imad?
Hold up, I gotta find it. The 2 maps that were, wow, okay, I can understand this. The 2 Rainmaker maps were cut, Undertow and Scorch Gorge. I feel that. I am not usually a big fan of the Rainmaker, so I could feel that.
I feel that too. You know, Rainmaker, a little chaotic. Not too sure what happens sometimes, but yes, our first map got striked out. That was Rainmaker Undertow, and that was Lock Span. And the other one that got banned was gonna be our 5th map, which was Rainmaker on Scorch Gorge, which Hades decided to strike out.
Interesting.
Yeah, this is probably the fastest speed run we've ever seen of winners bracket right now. We are to winners semis within the first hour of the tournament.
Oh yeah, we've only had 1 match go to a game 3 so far on stream, and just both of these, like, they have been close matches. Don't get me wrong, but like that is a 2-0 several times.
No, for real. And you know what? I'm all for it. I like speedy tournaments, if I'm gonna be honest here. I hate waiting for my set when I'm in tournament, especially when like you wait like 15 to 20 minutes. Like you feel like you're like iced down by the time you get into your set.
No, I absolutely understand that. I just want to get back to my next game. I want to play Splatoon. That's what I'm here for. What is the lobby simulator?
No, for real. I think we're taking a quick glance at loser side. We are through winners so fast. I think whoever loses will have to be waiting a really long time for their set.
Oh, for real. Oh, that's even the worst. Like, forget waiting for your like mid-bracket sets. Waiting in like grand finals is like, come on, let's get this rocket. I want to win.
No, for sure. But enough talk of that. let's move on to the map we're about to go into right now. Clam Blitz on Museum. We've been playing this map mode since day one of this game, I'm mad.
Yes, indeed. It is a fun map. I know there was some speculation, like, is it going to be as good as the original? Is it not? But I feel like Clan Blitz, the new mode from Splatoon 2, has had a really good reception for Museum. And we're going to be seeing it in action. Double pencil, a lot of order coming out from Lock the Freak In. That's going to be... Ooh, I love the custom blaster coming out from Hades right here.
Yes, but we see Looples here with the brush gets taken down a little early. We see the custom blast sort of trying to get an early pick here, just poking around this ledge. Is close to splashdown, so they might try to make a play off that.
Ooh, Loople's not seeing the blaster. It gets blasted down, and the blaster is going to be pushing right up to their plat right here. Crab is going to be online, going to be used somewhere. Oh, on top of the spinner right there, but the splashdown gets canceled, but takes two with them. That is the new splashdown, ladies and gentlemen. You win some, you lose some, you win a little bit more.
No, for real, the triple splashdown, if you're unable to cancel all three of those fists, they get at least one or two. But speaking of that, we just have Zen here left on the V-shot, takes one down with the Zuka, but gets taken down from the dualies here.
They're going to be looking to get that power climb. They get the power climb up. They're going to get some specials out. They have a lot of paint on that plat, but with the pencil kind of watching that basket is going to be tough trying to get in. They do pop the crab to get that pressure going, but do they have the follow-up is the question. 2, 3 members down, just the dualies. They do get a couple of clams in, but they're going to be taken down with that, getting down to 74 for their first push.
Yeah, 74, not a big push for Hades to try to get back into. We see this 52 gal trying to shark around a little bit, uses the whale, tries to help the blaster with it, but the blaster only getting a trade there.
Indeed. If you're... Oh, okay. So getting 2 down off of Lock the Freak In. They have the power clam in their possession, but they have to watch out for those Zukas coming out. The jump coming out to survive the Zuka shot. And what a play. Splash Roll is going to be coming out, trying to apply the pressure, but unfortunately is not able to make much of it. It is going to be... Well, Pencil says, you know what? We're 2 down, but we're still rocking this. Gets 2 of their own. Splashdown comes out and cleans up that plat. It is just the Pencil for Lock the Freak In.
What a splashdown there. Oh, unfortunately, the pencil from Hades goes down there. And that's actually 2 down for the side of Hades. They are trying to get a score, but I don't know if there's going to be a lot of follow-up to this.
It is just a splash shot left. They're alive, and they're on the plat, but will they get to the basket in time? No, they will not. No, they will not.
And we see here the dualies being so aggressive. They have the scrap tank ready. Pops it onto the spinner, but Loople's going down with the brush there.
2 members off of Lock the Freak In. See, this is kind of like that Clam Blitz stalemate that I was talking about for scores, but Museum is a little bit more infamous for that because it's so hard to get to the basket because there's only so many safe routes. Once the specials come out, it is just a deadlock of how you get in, and just like it's hard. Like, this could be the winning push right here if Hades isn't able to break through Lock the Freak In's defenses.
No, for sure. We see Looples here doing a good distraction, takes down the 52 with them, and I think this blaster's trying to make a play.
He's going for the Leroy. No. he gets taken down by the crab with the splashdown in hand, and so they are forced to back up. So sad.
Yeah, unfortunate, unable to make a play there, but I think this might be Lock the Freak In's chance to make that lead even bigger. Nope, the Zuka takes down the pencil.
It's like, when there is a Zuka in play, the last thing you want to do is have a power climb on you because it's a big old beacon. And like, you know what? There's a target I would like to shoot at, and they hit their shot, so they're going to be going down. But even so, Lock the Freak In. 23 clams in their possession, and so much map control. With this minute left, they could certainly make a fantastic push off of this if they're able to break back in, but Hades able to respond in turn, just shutting them down, but we're still in that same position we were in before. They just have to be able to get the ball in. That was so sad to watch. They were so close, and that is the wipeout off of Hades.
Okay, surely Lock the freaking pushes in with this, right? Never mind, the pencil gets taken down from the enemy pencil, and we just see Loopholes here running around with the brush.
Blaster versus Brush, Push comes out on top. It is the Blaster, but they do get the Power Clam in, solidifying the lead by just a little bit, making sure they don't have the points. I'm sorry, let me do the math here. Yes, they need more than a Power Clam to get the lead off of this now in 10 seconds, and with what this game has in store, they're going to need quite the push indeed to get this lead back.
Yeah, definitely. And there is no Kraken for either side, so they can't just sort of run in with the Kraken and get 2 Power Clam jumps in. We see on the side of Hades, the Zuka comes out, almost gets 1, they actually get the dually. That's 2 down for the side of Hades, and they're gonna try to run for this.
Are they going to get it? Oh, they get... No, they missed it again. They got it. No! So close. Oh, well, see, with the overtime time, they could have been stuck in the opening animation, but that was so sad. They missed it, and then it game ended. That is not what you want to see.
Yeah, we saw both times when they were so close to scoring. I know what they were trying to do. They were trying to jump off the spinner and try to get the points from there, but unfortunately, they just weren't close enough.
Just wasn't close enough. Once again, another Power Clam just falls short. Ugh, you hate to see it, but that is going to be Lock the Freakin' taking that rather slow match 1. Like, that is Clam Blitz in a nutshell right there. Just like, the first push is the winning push, and it wasn't a whole lot of numbers, honestly. But they were able to hold their defense for so long, it's just like, that's all they needed.
No, for sure. And Cuber was so close to scoring the Clam there. And we just saw here the brush. It's such a good job being a distraction there. And then they got that 1 Power Clam in, which was important because that just meant Hades couldn't score 1 Clam and win.
Yeah, Brush is like a more fragile version of the Kraken. They went in, got the jump, and then they got the Power Clam in. That's what counted.
Yeah, and you know, that was such a back and forth game. No, I felt like every time we were about to comment on something, another play happened. And then we were about to comment on that, another play happened.
It's like, oh, Team 1 has the advantage. Never mind.
I think that's just... I think they're just telling us, hey, commentators, be quiet. Let us just play the game.
Let's hush. Just observe what we're doing here. Let us cook.
Oh, man.
I really hope this next match does not play out the same way that first one. Is tower control. If you're having a stalemate tower control, there's something you need to adjust here. We're going to Makamart tower control, another really snowbally map mode.
For sure. I think the most important thing for this map mode specifically will be that second checkpoint. Getting to the second checkpoint is so hard, and once you break past it, it's sort of just free points.
Oh, absolutely. Because of how hard that second checkpoint is, like if one team is able to break it, that's going to be so much harder for the other team to do so.
And we see both sides still coming out with the same comps as they had before. But actually, I don't know if they had opening gambit before, but the opening gambit on the custom blaster.
Oh, well, I can see that. Point sensor, or I'm sorry, yeah, point sensor sub. They can get some stuff that with the chip damage. They can really make good use of that opening gambit. But I'm curious, the ZNF charger swapping to the NZ for their cooler weapon. They're bringing in a full backline here.
No, for sure. And I think that might be the play here. The ZNF charger with the tri-strikes here, able to stop tower when they're starting to push. But such a bloodbath here. And Zen able to come out on top with 2. Gets a 3rd one. And it's just the 1 person on the side of Lock the Frick in.
Lock the freak in. They're trying to lock the freak in for sure here. But it is, like, as you said, such a bloodbath right now. Just both teams really poking for mid, trying to just gain that advantage. Not a single checkpoint has been pushed just yet, but 2 members of Hades are down, so this could be the turn of the tide, and I say that as the NZ goes down. Okay.
Yeah, I think, and we see the splashdown. Oh, it gets the one trade there, but you know that I don't know if that trade was worth it for Hades. That's two down for the side of Hades. Lock the freak in. It's starting to lock the freak in.
That is what, again, this is what I come to expect from the beginning of a clanless match. Just kind of both teams looking for ground, trying to gain some sort of advantage before they push in. But no, we are nearly 2 minutes in, and now we are finally getting to the first checkpoint, and we are just barely past the first checkpoint. But now the crab, here we go. This is some tower control play. Crab on the tower, trying to get some points. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, the crab just kind of babying the tower into the second checkpoint. Loopholes uses the whales here. Actually still alive, but just gets collapsed by Hades.
Lock the freak in, getting down to 37. Not quite able to get past the second checkpoint, but still quite a sizable amount of points with how this match has been going so far. But now it is Hades' turn. They gotta be able to make a play happen, but they are 2 members down. They do have Cooler. Splashdown is imminent. Here it comes. Splashdown. Get the jump in. Gets one, but they have to watch out for that brush waiting on that jump.
Oh, we see Girl Swag here. I cannot take that name seriously. Sorry, Vanessa. Gets traded out by their teammate right now, which is her V shot. But such, Lock the Freakin' is still in such an advantage here.
Like, we saw Hades doing some work to break back in, but even with the splat off of the splashdown, Lock the Freakin' was doing an excellent job of holding the overall space and just countering that play. So now they are back in control of the tower and now are 3 down. Never mind.
I like that every time we just try to comment on something, it just gets completely 180'd.
It's just how I would say that this goes to show just how evenly matched the teams are. It's like in an instant, the play can flip in the other team's favor. It is so back and forth, even if the points don't show it just yet.
Ooh, that was a good trade from both sides. We see Lucas with the brush, takes one down, and that's 3 down for the side of, I think, that was Lock the Freakin'. Oh, wait, never mind. I guess that was on Hades.
Oh, here we go. This is exactly where you want a blaster to be. Right underneath the ledge, chipping away. There's one. Going for a second. Brush comes out. Lasers lock in, but, ooh, are they getting able to get that? Yes, they do. That is a wipeout and a huge opportunity for Hades. Blasters in their base, and they are on that second checkpoint.
Yeah, as we said it, once you get past the second checkpoint, the points start flowing in. Huber on the tower just trying to clear out space. 2 down for the side of Lock the Freakin', and it's just that crab tank for defense. Huber trying to get past this checkpoint, gets it to 11, but that's still a huge push for Lock the Freakin' to get to.
No, absolutely. That is a sizable lead to have for Hades right now. And with that second checkpoint where it's located, and having the Z and F charger, if they have those strikes when it gets to overtime, they can certainly shut this down with the GG strike, but they're going to have to just watch out because Lock the Freak in. They're looking for that aggression. They're looking to turn this around. The crab goes out, Zap goes down, but they need to gain and hold this ground right here. And so far, it's once again just been so back and forth. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. The Zuka comes out, and they get the brush as well. Like, that is not looking good for Lock the Freak in.
Yeah, Lock the Freakin', that's 2 down. They have the cooler out for the pencil, but there's only a couple seconds left in the game. They need to make a play now.
They gotta make a play now, but then the GG splashdown on the tower, making sure they cannot touch it. It is going to be Hades bringing it up to a 1-1. We are on our second Game 3 set of the tournament. And this is a best of 5, mind you.
Yeah, definitely. They're finally, I guess, hey, maybe they're not speed running anymore, but they're slowing down, and going into, I would hope so, the Game 5.
No, we want to see that Game 5 as the spectators. Like we want to see all the more and more of that Splatoon.
Now we're looking at this replay right now. I think what really helped Hades is they prevented Lock the Freakin' to get the second checkpoint.
No,
as
absolutely.
we said.
Yeah, it's like that was the key chokehold right there, and they absolutely held their ground on that. Like they did such a good job of, they had their specials on hand. They didn't panic. Like they knew, okay, we have such a huge lead. We can take our time with this. We can play this smart.
Yeah, for sure. And we see the Doolies tries to get a pick there, try to make a play, but Trey on the Zuka gets one, gets two. That was three down for the side of that was three for Trey right there with the V shot.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, we didn't get to catch it all on camera, but like they did get three members of Lock the Freaking Down on their own. It's like once again just the clutch play with the Zuka completely negating the push.
Yeah, and we are going, I would say, the final destination of Splatoon 3, Splat Zones on Hagglefish Market.
Oh man, this is like back in the day of triple crab. This is crab heaven right here.
Most definitely. And we still see this map being played a lot. We see on the side of Lock the Freak in the same comp, and actually the machine coming out from the side of 80.
Mm. Hades sticking with the double Zuka, but bringing out the Neo machine. I can dig the play right here, but it is going to be Hades with the first two down. The lasers coming out. I'm curious to see how this plays out because like Tower Control, that last match was so back and forth, but like the lockout potential of this map mode is so high if they play their cards right.
No, for sure. And we see the crab thing coming out for the side of Lock the Freak in. The machine takes one down with takes one down, and you know, it's kind of just a fight for mid right now.
It is indeed a fight for mid, but that is three members of Hades down, just the Splat Charger remaining, and those points are taken down. We're down past the 50 mark, and this is kind of the lockout territory that I was talking about before. Like once one of the teams, in this case Lock the Freakin', gets up to that ledge right there, like Hades has to expend so many resources not on the zone just to break back in.
No, for sure. And Lock the Freak in is definitely Lock the Freak in right now. They got it to 21. Hades able to stop the counter, get the cap. There's a bit of penalty that gives them a little more time here.
But almost immediately, like Hades gets I say that they're holding it. They're not letting Lock the Freakin' get it back. Are they going to be able to get more than 2 points? That is the question we must answer now. And yes, they get more than 2 points right now. And oh, Trey, stop, my guy.
Trey, I don't, I don't know how many more of these we can look at. We already had Kiki from last game, then Fishy at the end of last game. Come on, Trey.
He's like, you're just showing off at this point. That is going to be the Zuka wipeout. And well, then here comes Swag's like, you know what? I can do that too. They are so close to getting this cap back, but Hades is going to try to hold it, but they do not, and it's still Lock the Freakin' with the lead for now.
Yeah, but two going down on the side of Lock the Freak in, and Trey might try to make a play here. Gets one with the Zuka, almost gets two there, but we see T-Girl Swag. They're getting traded out from the other side of Hades.
We did see the dualies there from Lock the Freakin' trying to go for the flank. Wasn't able to do so successfully, so they jumped out. Now they're back. They have that crab online. Hades almost threw their penalty, getting some nice points on the board. Are they going to be able to hold it here? The Zuka goes down. I'm sorry, the splatter shot goes down, and now the brush is going to be rushing right through the zone here, getting that zone.
No, you're not wrong. That is that's how they play. You know, we clearly when we've seen, oh, what a nice snipe from Cuber there, and gets the tri-strikes out. That might be the cap for the side of Hades right now.
Ooh, and then like the follow-up with the Zooks as well, or I'm sorry, the strikes. They're able to get a nice splat off that as well, holding on to their zone even more so. Cooler is online, is going to get popped by that pencil for Lock the Freakin', so we're going to see some aggression coming out, but they're going to be trying to hold on to this with the Zuka play. Two members, Trey and the Neo Machine on the left side, going in for that flank here, but are they going to be able to stay alive to hold it?
Yeah, we see the machine here. I think that's a tap on the machine, if I can remember the members of Hades correctly. But jumping out, knew they were in a bad position, getting that cooler, and the tri-strike's coming back out from Hades.
Oh, but still holding through even in the firestorm. Two members of Hades go down. Lock the Freakin' keep the zone, but Cooler, two Zooks online for Hades. We'll see if they're able to get some plays off of this. The NZAP throws at the Cooler. Here comes the aggression. Zook 1. 2 down. Do they get the cap with 15 points of the penalty remaining?
Ooh, but Vanessa there with the counter Zuka there. They get one down, and that's the zone for Lock the Freak in.
Holding on to it. This is a last ditch play with the strikes, trying to get it back. They do get it back for 15 points, but 30 seconds and still a fair amount of penalty points plus double the points they need to get the lead back. And they're 2 down. That's not what you want to see in the 30 seconds left.
And these crab tanks have been huge from the side of Candy. Candy might go for the flank here, goes for the flank, is able to get one. That might be a second down for the side of Hades, and Lock the Freakin' just needs to paint the zone right now.
Zen trying to make the hero plays, structure coming out to kind of back him up, but the zone does not flip in time, so it will be a Lock the Freak in, getting that. That's the third match here, getting a 2-1 here in this set.
No, for sure. And what a strong showing from the side of Lock the Freakin'. As we said, they locked the freak in. They did such a good job on that initial lockout. That first push they had was what got them to the lead they have, and they kept that lead for the whole game.
Oh, absolutely. It's just like they were even able to like add on to that lead even more so with their one of their other pushes. So it just made it harder and harder for Hades to kind of bring that back. And right at the end there, like it wasn't a huge lead, but they just weren't able to be unified long enough to bring it back. I think like that last ditch kind of panic set in. Just they got too many members of their members down, but still the plays here. Trey with that nice double or triple for the wipeout with the Zuka player, that's what allowed them to get back in and cap the zone when they did.
For sure. I mean, Hades was definitely not out this whole game. They made this a game where Lock the Freakin' couldn't just really comfortably like just play very passively. It was very back and forth in terms of they had to be making plays. They couldn't just stay back.
Mm-hmm. No, indeed. It's like they kept them on their toes, and it was a very back and forth game, like you said. Just they're not one team was really able to like completely lock the other one out, and so that's definitely what you want to see.
Yeah, but next game up we have Clamblitz on Robo Ramen. I'm not the biggest fan of this map, if I'm gonna be honest, especially for Clamblitz.
I can definitely get on the hype train for Zones Ramen, but I'm still up in the air for Clam Ramen. It is tough. Like we were talking about the elbow being a key area to hold. Clam Blitz even more so because that is like the main avenue to get to the basket. It's very similar to Museum in that you have like a really cheeky flank, but it's very difficult to get to and so easy to expose. But the main and safest area is through that one choke point on the elbow.
For sure, and I like the comparison you made there with Museum, as we also just played this in the set, so we might see some similar plays in terms of like teams rushing that elbow area while one person maybe takes that off flank. But we see the Sea Blast coming back out for the side of Hades and the Splash as well. We have the Crab Tank on both sides this time.
Ayo, I love to see some custom in play, and we're going for some opening Gambit custom blaster as well. Definitely looking to make use of that point sensor combo already, but already we see the pencil and the splash with their specials online. We're going to be seeing them lock and load already, just trying to get some early ground. This is what you see for Clambo, just kind of that bit of a scuffle in the middle as both teams are searching for just any sort of ground. Custom Blaster is looking for that, does not find it.
Yeah, Custom Blast, they did feed their Gambit at least. They got one pick there. They're going to be back fast with the cooler. But, you know, it's just the stalemate of mid right now. At the beginning of Clam Blitz games, as we like to say, the
Clam Blitz Battle Royale, as it were.
Definitely. Oh, but that's actually 2 down for Lock the Freak in. The splashdown might get a trade. No, but Loople's there with the power clam, decides to jump out, try to reposition.
They don't. Oh, they do have the power clam, and then the crab comes out, but they get countered by the killer whale there, lasering them out. They were cooler, so they're gonna be able to come back pretty quickly, but just kind of slowed down their push so they weren't able to make much of it. But the splashdown getting a nice splat right there off the brush. But the crab comes back and gets one in response, taking down that custom blaster.
Yeah, and that's actually two down for the side of Hades. The 52 gal trying to make a play here, gets traded out by the dualies, and it's the brush kind of. Oh, actually, that's Azuka. Just zuking across, not able to really get any pick there, but just a lot of space for the rest of their team.
No, absolutely, absolutely. We are once again in 2 minutes in. We're looking at pretty much a similar game to that Museums Clams game we saw at the beginning. Just like the stalemate that kind of looking for space goes on for so long because both teams are doing such a good job of like they're not going completely down. They're getting 1 or 2 splats, but then like they're getting counter splatted in turn. Like neither team has been completely wiped yet, and that's definitely what you want for a team if you're able to just hold this area right here.
No, for sure. Just this back and forth in mid. Now there's 2 down for the side of Lock the Freakin'. And it's just such a neutral battle right now. Another one goes down, but then there goes Adapt on the custom blaster. Then Trey gets one more. Is Trey gonna get another? No, Trey gets traded out.
They once again trying to set up the crab, but then they just get blindsided from the right, and they're going to be taken down. Pencil looking to hold space, but the jump is going to get camped. But it's locked the freak in with the 3 down. This could be Hades' opportunity once again, but they just gotta make the most of it here.
Oh, but then Lupus takes one down. That's gonna be the Pencil who jumped out there. Adapt with the splashdown. That's 2 down for the side of Lock the Freak In. Is Hades gonna be able to push in here?
This is like that Pencil is going back and forth, back and forth. I don't think they've been taken down yet, but like they push up, their teammates get taken down, they pull back, their teammates get another pick, they push up, just like back and forth. Just no team has been able to solidify. We're getting down nearly to the minute. Neither team has scored yet.
And that's the problem with this map, honestly. I'm kind of surprised we don't see crack and cheese from either team right now. That's 2 down. That's 3 down for the side of Hades. Lock the Freakin' needs to move now.
Pencil getting the opener right there, getting that spearhead, but the crab's gonna be coming out, just making sure they can't gain any space off of that. That is the cooler at play right there. The respawn time is insane, but 2 members are down again, so they could potentially play off of it. Yes, they're gonna be going in and getting the wait, what?
I thought they scored there. Whoa, okay.
Whoa.
There are 3 DCs, but it is way too late for a DC, and this is gonna play to the advantage of Hades. They just need to play a 3v2.
Oh, but like the lead though, like 30 seconds, they could potentially hold the checkpoint. Are they gonna be able to hold this? Oh, the flank coming out though. They just need to get a power clam in and a regular clam. That is a wipeout. That is potentially GG right there. 2 power clams in, 3 power clams in, and they have the man advantage right here. Yeah, this is so unfortunate. So unfortunate timing.
We hate to see the DCs, but it was way too late for that replay. And I honestly, I don't know what. Oh, there goes Adapt standing there.
Oh my goodness. Of all games to have the DC2, like literally 4 minutes of back and forth gameplay and then 2 pushes right at the end there. One of them because of the DC. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I was wondering why that power clam didn't score there.
Oh, so was I. I was so confused. But like, if for any other mode, or if Lock the Freakin' had gotten a more substantial lead, they could have potentially held it. Like a 2v3 is not impossible, especially with this map of how much of a choke point it is right there. But sadly, they got wiped out, and they needed only a power clam and a regular clam. They got 3 power clams plus change in, so they were well equipped for that lead take back.
Yeah, and we see the DCs here. We see the poofs from all 3 of them, and you know, it's the what if, because I think Hades was going to have a strong hold there. I think it was just gonna be that 1 power clam push, from the side of Lock the Freakin, but you never know what could have happened there.
No, absolutely. It's just like you never know, and just we won't ever know.
Yeah, and I think we're gonna take a bit of time to change the host right now. We don't want to have 3 DCs again on our last map mode. Which speaking of, I might have said Hagglefish Zones is Final Destination. I don't know. I think Inkblot Tower might be Final Destination. It's the, as Popgun likes to say, the NA counter pick of, oh, we like this map, let's just play it.
It was certainly the Final Destination of Splatoon 2. Now it's got a bit of a rival with Hacklefish Zone, so it is a bit of a toss-up, I will say. But if any good came from the DC, it was that we get to watch a Game 5. I will say that.
I will agree. We get to see this Game 5, and Hades, although they won off the DC, they do have a bit of momentum here. They won that game, so there might be pretty they might have that adrenaline in them of like, hey, we just need to win this last one. And Lock the Freakin might be a little devastated that, man, we had that win, but we had the DC. Like, come on, man.
I will say, like, Lock the Freakin, they won the first Clambless match as well, so they definitely was in their favor. But Hades going into this, having won the Tower Mako, and a pretty strong Tower Mako at that.
Yeah, definitely. And I think we might see the ZNF Charger come back out for the side of Hades. It did so much work in that first Power Control Mako game, but that could also just be a map pick.
That could be. It is a little bit harder for that kind of like Charger backline play on Inkblot. It's a little bit more open. A lot of the key positions on Nakamura are more exposed to that Charger, but you get a little bit more cover with Inkblot, so it could be map pick, but who knows? That the triple strikes certainly would come into play pretty strongly here.
For sure. And I think we're just waiting on people to start funneling into this new room. Hopefully no more DCs, no more shenanigans. We have a clean match, no Mickey Mouse win, all right?
Yes, please.
All right. And just thinking about it, they might just stick the pencil. I think Lock the Freakin has solidified their comp. They have the pencil, they have the V-Shot, they have the crab dualies, and they have the Input from Loopholes. And I think what was really what I noticed a lot in all 4 of these games is Loopholes taking those off angles, making sure there's such a distraction for the side of Hades, and the dualies and shots just being able to capitalize off the space the brush has made.
Oh, 100%. Now I was like thinking on top of that, just like we've seen a bit of the kind of that chip damage coming out from the blaster and the machine. I'm curious to see what they decide to bring up, but they're on. We see that with the matchups, that brush versus the blaster, and more often the brush or the blaster came out on top of that, so it could be quite the counterpick to that kind of distraction. But like in that Clams game, they weren't able to take them down fast enough for some of those jump ins.
Oh, for sure. And as we like to say, Blaster's favorite mode is tower control. we all know that they might bring out the custom blast again from Adapt, or Adapt might just go back to the machine. Machine's still such a strong pick on Inkblot Tower as well.
Oh, absolutely. Especially they've been running that Zook machine as well, so just having double Zook is never a bad thing.
Zuka is meta for a reason.
So true.
We've seen the power it's done the whole day today, and it's been some of these picks on the Zukas. I do not think they are human. How are they getting some of these picks?
Oh, man, I do not know. They just point-and-click adventure, as I like to say, is a point-and-click adventure.
Yeah. I think we're just waiting on one more person to get into the room. I believe it's a player from the side of Hades who might be having an issue joining the room. Maybe it was the one that initially DC'd. Not too sure. but we hopefully will be getting started soon. Don't want don't want people to wait for too long here.
For real. I was like, I joke about the Zuka being point and click adventure, but honestly, like some of the shots we've been seeing have been super impressive because of the arch on that. A lot of the shots they make are in fact blind. Like they are no guarantee they're gonna hit those shots, but the other team lines up right where they want it to be, and they guesstimate correctly, and they get 1 or 2 picks off of that. Just they use them so effectively. We see some of the angles they do get off of that. Talking about those side angles, and they get them at right where they need to be, especially for some of these tower control matches.
No, yeah, and you know, tower control. Sometimes it's the GG Zuka, as we say. Sometimes the arc likes to be nice to you. Sometimes it doesn't. We'll see.
True. It
Um,
a hit or a miss, quite literally.
Indeed. And I think we're getting into our game soon. The teams are readying up, choosing their weapons of choice. Again, fingers crossed, no more DCs this game. We're on game 5. No one wants that Mickey Mouse win. So hopefully we get a clean match as we get into the game, as I think right now.
We are on match point for both the teams. Game 5. What have we seen? Pretty similar comp from there as usual. And the Blaster is making their return here. Let's see. And we are seeing the double pencil, the pencil from both sides. The ZNF Charger is taking a bit of a break.
Yeah, for sure. And we see Zen on this V-shot instead of the Splash-O-Matic. No more Crab Tank for Zen, but we see Adapt here kind of just sharking forward, trying to make a play. That's 1 down on the side of... I think the colors are actually flipped again. On the side of Lock the Freakin'. That's actually 2 down on the side of Hades. And Lupul's just running in. Gets blasted by Adapt. Adapt gets a second one. Are they able to get a third?
I don't know why I expected anything less, but just absolute chaos incarnate in this match right now. We see one team start to get the advantage, and then boom, 2 members go down, splash down, chaos. They're working at it. 2 points on the board. Make that 2 points for Hades now, and that's it.
Yeah, both teams making explosive plays here. But I think Lock the Freakin' is finally gonna have this sustained push. We see Lupul's and Vanessa on bats having to retreat out of there with Adapt on this blaster. Gets Lupul's and is probably gonna be able to poke that tower from there.
I think they got the first checkpoint, but they lost 3 of their members in the process. So it is Hades' opportunity to make something of that. But as we've seen, the chaos is strong with this one. They are potentially going to be seeing some nice plays. Lupul's here with the brush, one of the most chaotic weapons you can play, and the cooler's out, which is adds to the chaos.
At the splash down there, that's 2 down for the side of Hades. And, you know, Lock the Freak down did a really good job. Lock the Freak down. Lock the Freak in.
Lock it down, lock it in. They're locking something.
Most definitely. They are definitely locked in right now. But, you know, again, the chaos is commencing. Cooler coming out for the side of Lock the Freak in. The dualies go down. That's 3 down for the side of Lock the Freak in. And Trey on the 52 has the last one locked in with the killer whales there.
Oh, that's interesting. Trey giving up their splatter shot for the 52. I did not even notice that, but that is curious. We're seeing... Were they playing 52 before? I can't even remember. I know there was 52 in action. This is going to be Hades' another opportunity to go for the tower, but no, the splatter shot Sharkin, I'm sorry, the dually Sharkin is going to take down the tower rider, and the pencil is going to try to finish them off, but splash wall protecting them through the checkpoint. Not quite able to get the lead off of this, but that's certainly some more points on the board for Hades.
Yeah, definitely. And Lupul's gets a bomb kill there. 2 down for the side of Hades. Lupul's trying to make a play. Adapt getting the pick with the blaster. Is trying to get the second one on this pencil, but gets the one on the dualies, but gets traded out by that pencil.
Hades is doing a good job of just kind of keeping up the fact that they're getting points little by little. They're not letting Lock the Freak in. kind of make that comeback, flip the script on them. But with the shot going down, that might change right here. Lock the Freakin looking to get some advantage here. 2, 3, just the pistol remaining, trying to find it with that Zuka shot, but they jump out to safety. Now it's going to be Lock the Freakin looking to extend their lead even further if they're able to get to this elbow here.
Yeah, for sure. And we just see just the rotation between the players here. The dualies does go down, but the 52 gets traded out by the pencil. The splashdown gets canceled, and no one goes down to the other splashdown fists there.
No, that you're not able to get out of the way in time, so it is going to be the second checkpoint down for I'm sorry, Lock the Freakin. The brush doing a roller play on the tower, trying to avoid that pencil, getting down to 26. Just absolute jukes coming out from the brush on the tower, doing a bit of a dance. But we are down to 40 seconds, and 26, not bad, but it is quite the lead to have for 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, for sure. And we cannot count Hades out. We saw what happened in the last tower control game. That's 3 down for the side of Lock the Freakin. That's a wipeout. And this is Hades' chance to push up.
Kudo's gonna be online in just a second. They're gonna throw it out. 2 members. Is that? I have lost track of when and how members are going down, but the pencil going down, that is huge. That means there's going to be no more, well, cooler for them, but 2 members of Hades are down. Crab goes out. They're going to tap the tower. No, they're shoving to it, and that is going to be game with Lock the Freakin. Moving on to finals. They redeem themselves. They were not happy about that last match, so they're going to come back and sweep the tower control game away from Hades.
Yeah, and what a back and forth set. Like, I think who would have known what happens in that DC? But in this last game, such a back and forth, no one really got a good push until I'd say like the 2 or 3 minute mark.
No, absolutely. It's just once again, the comps that have been running are so similar. The skill level of these teams are so on point. Just like they're not able to get a solid advantage, and with the amount of like aggressors and skirmishers that both of these teams have, it's just like cooler. They are running their pencil ragged with the amount of cooler they're going through.
They keep saying, waiter, waiter, more coolers, please.
I am kudos to the pencil for able to keep up with some of their crazy plays they've been having to watch, but holy moly.
Yeah, and we're looking at this last push here. I think honestly they could have made that last minute push, but there was just no more time at the end of the game, and timing is such an important thing there.
We did see like their 2 aggressors who went in to apply the pressure, but then even before that crab tank got popped, they were taken down. So it was 2 members off of Hades down. Pencil was on tower, and they had it almost to the checkpoint with the jumps coming in, but they just didn't have the pressure to hold it. So by the time that they got those jumps in, all of Lock the Freakin was descending on tower.
No, for sure. And that is gonna be it for winners semifinals. We will be passing off the mic to another group of commentators, but let's look at the bracket a little. Just a quick peek at it. We see on our grand finals, we have Never Back Down versus Lock the Freakin. These two teams with all caps in their names.
I was say this is not a Splatoon finals match. This is a shouting match right now.
No, for sure. And we're just taking a quick peek at losers bracket. It's slowly catching up to the winner side. Losers will never catch up anytime soon. Too fast, but you know, I'm sure we'll kick Dapple Production will take a quick peek at those for our next set. But yeah, that's gonna be it for us, IMAD. But where can the lovely people find you?
Well, you can find me in all the usual places: Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube at IMadGamerII. I am, I slowly but surely try to get back into kind of the streaming stuff. I love to get into some more comp stuff with Splatoon, but you can definitely find me at LTC later in May as well. But where can the good people find you, Rice?
Yeah, for me, people can find me at, wow, I can English today. Everyone, you can see it at the bottom of the screen. It's We Like Race. I don't think it matters if it's all caps or not for Twitter or Twitch, but those are the main places I'll be on. Again, same thing. I've been trying to stream more, but with my hectic college schedule, it's been a little hard.
Life be hard, man. Life is hard.
Yeah, for sure. But that'll be it for us for now. But we will be getting 2 new commentators coming back in, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more games.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Ooh, that must hurt.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Squid Junction number 63. My name is Gregory. You can just call me Greg, and I'm joined here by a surprise co-commentator, the one and only Havoc. How you doing?
Yep. I didn't expect to see myself in the commentator booth for Squid Junction, but here I am. First time commentating an event ever. Just so happens to be about a year after I quit the game, so did not expect to see myself here.
Well, happy to have you. There's always room in the commentator booth for a friendly face like yours. Hey man, what a way to get into it, huh? Gonna just jump right in with winners finals. We saw Lock the Freak in just play the last set, pretty intense set that went the distance, and now they're gonna go up against Never Back Down, Never What, who is our 1 seed in this tournament, and they have not dropped a game yet.
Mhm. And the first match that we'll be playing is Rainmaker on Undertow. Now, Rainmaker on Undertow, um, I have. It is one of the better Rainmaker maps. That's why it's in the map list. That'd be a little funny if there was a bad map. But the beautiful thing about Rainmaker Undertow is that there's two distinct paths that players can take. You can take the right path and go up an uninkable ramp, which it is much harder to do, but you get points much faster, or the other route, which is the left route, which more teams take more often. It's safer, you can set up, and you're able to really coordinate a good push from there. I haven't quite seen that much of Never Back Down, Never What, as I'm unfamiliar with the players simply because I'm so far removed from the scene, so it's gonna be interesting to watch.
Yeah, I'm interested to see. Like you said, I do like this map, how it does have unique routes, which definitely people say the left push is a little better, but I do like that the right push isn't a total throw. If you see that left push is so heavily defended, you can kind of get some sneaky pushes off to the right for big points pretty quickly.
So our opening here on this map is going to be pretty simple. We are going to have Lock the Freak in, get the beginning pop. Right now, all we're going to be seeing is a contestant of mid. Not many teams are going to be doing much. It's simply just feeling for what's happening until people start dying. Lock the Freak in goes 2 down. However, also Never Back Down also goes 2 down. So right now, we're going to be able to see Never Back Down, Never What be able to get that first check, and that first check is huge because now that whole checkpoint setting up to take the checkpoint gone. They can instantly start scoring into the 30s and the 40s and get points real quickly.
Yeah, and they're able to do just that, clearing the first checkpoint. Really just strong start to this game. They were able to get essentially a team wipe aside from the pencil before they were even able to before Never Lock the Freak in was able to even get their first cooler out. You can see this push is just continuing now. They're breaking the checkpoint. Now they are able to get it all the way up to 34, but it looks like this push will finally come to an end. It's going to be Lock the Freak in's turn to push, but they got to deal with this gal that's on this, or this squeezer that's on this flank here. Still able to survive for a bit longer, but does get taken down. But in the meantime, it's going to give plenty of time for Never Back Down, Never What to set up on defense.
So that's the one thing that Lock the Freaking have to be very careful about, again, because we saw that they got the checkpoint so quickly, right? So as soon as they go 1 or 2 down, then that is really, they should be nervous for a bigger push, right? And now since Lock the Freaking has also just got the checkpoint too, now they have to overcome the 30s, right? Which 30 points on this map is generally about near the start of that uninkable spot. Yes,
they're going to go for it right now. They're going to get it.
Perfect. Absolutely brilliant play. Now, with teams diving for the lead, yes, you have the lead now, but the big thing that you need to be worried about is to set up. How can you stop the other team? Because we've seen Never Back Down, Never What. They're a very quick team. We saw them get the first checkpoint with only 30 seconds into the match. So if Lock the Freaking can prepare themselves before Never Back Down, Never What can set up, then they have a really strong chance of stopping them.
Oh man, I like the pop at that Zuka there, close range, able to take out the Rainmaker's escort there. So not quite able to stop the Rainmaker, but enough to just slow them down and make it so they don't have any help with them, which really is essentially the same as stopping them, as they weren't able to advance. So that push is going to be shut down for now. And we see Goose here on this pencil. Oh, just going to get taken out by, looks like a combination of the Zuka shot and the 52 rushing them down. But in the meantime, it's going to be the Crab just kind of stalling things right now, stalling the pop, making it so that Never Back Down, Never What's not quite able to push in just yet.
I didn't realize that Lock the Freaking does have a brush. which you don't really see that much of. And especially on this map with those uninkables and the grades and the distances that you have to travel, that brush really it is a strong pick on this map. We don't usually see it. And combined with the dualies, Lock the Freak In is very mobile, right? And especially against a squeezer, they will need to close the gap, right? And it looks like they are just able to do that with a full wipe. Perfect. Good stop.
This is the Rainmaker's worst nightmare, having a coolered up brush and a coolered up pair of dualies just rushing you as you're the last player alive. Yeah, that push has never been more over. It is going to be Lock the Freak In now. Just with a minute left, you know, they have a decent enough push for leads, so they don't have to go crazy here, killing themselves for more, but they didn't necessarily go crazy, but most of them did end up dead now. You just have the dualies on the flank. They're going to get taken out now, so this is an opportunity here for Never Back Down, Never What to try to get back in this lead. As you said, that they are going to pretty much have to clear the uninkable area from this side.
A lot of poking and a lot of playing passive, just because to get a good push or to get past 25, you really need to set up. And ooh, a good stop. That was very clutch. Lock the Freak In was 2 or 3 down at that point, so that kill on the Rainmaker was absolutely massive.
Yeah, Goose was last alive and able to save the day, but now it's the brush that's going to have to make the hero play. They're not going to be able to. It's going to be Never Back Down, Never What at the very last second, going to take the lead.
That was an excellent play. They had the 2-down opportunity, and they very quickly took that opportunity to get that push all the way to 17. On this map, that is a devastating push. That is essentially setting up for a wipeout if Lock the Freak In wants to win this game.
Yeah, overtime pushes are hard enough, but when you have to push the Rainmaker essentially coast to coast here, they haven't even gotten it back to mid yet. You gotta wonder if that timer's running down, because they did have to retreat to deal with some of these squeezers that were chasing after them. So you see the don't retreat again coming up. Their ticker has got to be going down. They're really running out of time. They're the last alive, and Goose trying their best, but not quite able to make it happen. It's gonna be Never Back Down, Never What taking game 1.
I think both teams did a very excellent job. We saw Never Back Down, Never What. They had a very strong opening push, being able to get past that first checkpoint, but we also did see the speed of Lock the Freak In. They very quickly got it to that push of 25, right? And we're gonna see, yep, that first checkpoint from Lock the Freak In. That really opened up their push, because from there it spiraled out of control and they were able to get it to 25. Towards the end was also very good for Never Back Down, Never What, because we saw them go 3 down. Actually, Lock the Freak In did go like 2 or 3 down consistently at the end, but because of that clutch kill on the Rainmaker, it stalled. But unfortunately, it was not enough time to stop Never Back Down, Never What from securing that game with that push of 17.
Yeah, with a clutch Zuka shot that ended up taking out Goose on the pencil. And, you know, when you have a team that's so aggressive with the dualies, with the brush, you know, they're rushing in a lot, and really the backbone that enables them to do that is that safety blanket of the pencil just kind of holding things down on the back line. But when that safety blanket gets taken out, you see they just kind of didn't have enough people alive to stop the Rainmaker when they needed to the most. So definitely smart play there by Never Back Down, Never What to really pick out who you want to take out with that Zuka shot and make it count.
I have a question for you, Greg. As a former comp player, what are your thoughts on tower control on this map?
Oh man, it's one of these maps that just seems super snowbally, just the way you know, just clearing these checkpoints around the middle, and it's really hard with the high ground in mid to kind of retake it, so it's easy to, if you're the team pushing, to just have somebody back there able to provide jumps for the people that are dying. So it's one that, you know, some maps it's like, alright, this is a decent enough push, we can just play defense, but this map is one where it's like you're not really feeling safe unless you KO.
Speaking of which, we see that there is a 96 on the side of Never Back Down, Never What. That opportunity for a Kraken cheese to just get just enough points to take the lead, especially at that second checkpoint, means that Lock the Freakin' will have to make sure that their push gets all the way down to the teens, single digits, or even a knockout if they want to prevent a Kraken cheese from happening.
Yeah, we see the Zuka coming out, able to clear Goose off tower and get another one. That was a really important Zuka there. If they're not able to get any value out of that, then there's going to be a lot of points being
Oh, a
scored. But
nice
we see
triple! This is a huge wipe. That's a huge wipe on the side of Lock the Freak In. That's going to be an amazing push right here if they're able to get the checkpoint. And they are. That's a huge clear, Greg. This means that any wipe now on the side of Never Back Down, Never What means that that tower gets all the way to 17 and starts threatening a knockout. That was a really good push from Lock the Freak In.
Yeah, we see the Kraken out just trying to clear out some of this space, retake their side, but we see the jumps coming in. Finally, some kills. They are going to jump back to, as I said, Goose on the pencil, just again providing that back line. We see the pencil gets back. Oh no, a suction bomb. Very unfortunate, going to take out the Tower Rider there. We see this machine now trying to force some players back, but going to opt to back up themselves to pop the Zuko, but it's only going to get one.
Yeah, so this Lock the Freakin' are playing this beautifully. They have cooler, they're simply waiting for Never Back Down, Never What to push into mid. That's what they have to do. Never Back Down, Never What. They have to take that mid, and we're seeing that zone. We were essentially seeing a zone's playstyle. Lock the Freakin' were just sitting in mid, which in this instance was perfect because they have the high ground, they have the specials, they have the cooler, they have the subs, they have everything all set so they're able to meet Never Back Down, Never What. And because of that, they get a full wipe, and there it is. They're already back at 17, already threatening more points. And this is going to be a pivotal moment for Never Back Down, Never What, because now they have 2 minutes to get from 16 all the way down to the second checkpoint on the other side, which it's doable, but from what we're seeing, we haven't seen them coordinate as well to even get out of mid. They don't even have a single point, Greg.
Yeah, finally able to break this stranglehold that they've been going under. Never Back Down, Never What, finally getting some points on the board, but we see 2 of their members go down, so maybe not going to be able to push them. We see the Brush just rushing straight at the Trizuka user.
Play. That's a huge play on the
double.
Brush. Excellent double on that top right there. That Brush cleared out mid. And now we're going to see, again, Never Back Down, Never What. They were able to get it to 79, but they didn't get a single point from the checkpoint, which at this point in the game, you want to start threatening that or start clearing it out if you want to get the win here.
Now trying to make something happen, pushing with that Kraken, but I think it's taken out once the Kraken's deactivated. Now we have a player behind the tower. They already get taken out, but again, still working on this first checkpoint.
And again, we're seeing the benefits. We're seeing the benefits of this Brush and this Dually comp. We have consistently seen a Brush or the Dually getting behind the tower and wiping Never Back Down, Never What. They haven't gone past the first checkpoint, and now it's 30 seconds remaining. It is not impossible because this map, yes, is very snowbally, but you want to start wiping Lock the Freakin' like right about now if you want to get the win.
Oh, yeah, you just see so much bomb pressure, so much everything pressure, and yeah, just never really out of control for Lock the Freakin' in this game. They just had the control for the entire time, and they're able to deal Never Back Down, Never What, their first loss of the tournament. So this set will even up 1-1.
Yeah, that was a phenomenal comeback from Lock the Freak In. They were able to say, "Oh my goodness, we got not necessarily stomped, but we got outplayed game 1. We are against the first seed. However, let's take a breath let's calm down and let's figure out why our comp worked from the last set. We won the last set for a reason. Why was that? And simply readjusting how they played and the speed at which they played, they were able to come back, and they were able to dominate that game too. Very good performance from them.
Yeah, again, the brush. Just, I know from using Zuka myself, sometimes the hardest shots are the ones that are right in front of you. That hitbox can get a little wonky, and just sometimes it's hard to aim. So, just having a brush going straight at you, kind of zigzagging, definitely hard to deal with. Especially, I feel like it's a weapon, it's a matchup that players maybe aren't as familiar with in this game as they might have been in Splatoon 2.
So, with a performance like that, Greg, how do you think Never Back Down, Never What? How could they adapt from that loss on tower control to this zones game on Umami?
I think the tricky thing is, you won on Rainmaker, which is a mode where everybody's really moving all around the map, but you've lost on tower control where, Goose on that pencil was able to just kind of sit more towards mid and get on tower some, but really not have to move around too much. Zones might be the same situation, so you gotta find a way to disrupt this pencil, otherwise there's gonna be a constant human beacon, a constant human sprinkler, and just churning out coolers for the rest of the team to just dive at you. So you gotta find a way to make them uncomfortable.
So with what we've been saying recently about the comp that Lock the Freaking is running, yes, their comp is very fast. However, especially on Umami Ruins, speed isn't necessarily the best thing. Umami is a stage that you want to set up in. And we see that there's the 52 and the Squeezer. Those two are excellent weapons on this stage. And we also see the Tri Nouveau. Fizzy's combos with 52, Fizzy's combo with Squeezer, and Squeezer combos with 52. So we see really good weapon synergy. It's just a matter of if they are able to play together and to focus on the same players, which is very hard considering how fast Lock the Freak In is. I'm telling you, they're already on their snipe. They're already on their side of the map.
Yeah, it was kind of a cheap 40 points that Never Back Down, Never What was able to pull off in the initial fighting, but we see in our first real defensive hold, it is Lock the Freak In that's just able to get all up in the base right now, but now it is just this pencil alive, and they get a tremendous kill right there. Nothing's worse when you're trying to rush down the last player alive and you're able to take out one of your players, and that's going to result in the zone still being held for Lock the Freak In, and now they're in KO territory. It's really just going to be one more defense for them.
Never Back Down, Never What? They need to focus on the same players. If they aren't focusing on the same players, all of that chip I was talking about earlier won't come to any fruition, and we're going to see that's a knockout already. I wasn't even finished with my sentence and the game's over, Greg. What happened?
Man, there's a lot of people that are playing really well with pencil who, kind of get put down because it's like, all right, you're basically just, doing what we'd see a lot of armor bots in Splatoon 2 do, just painting around and then just farming special for their team. But Goose, at a pivotal moment there when they needed to hold on to the zone, getting rushed down, last player alive, needed to get some jumps in, was able to get a tremendous pick. And that just really shut down all the momentum that Never Back Down, Never What was about to build to potentially extend the game. So really clutch play there, using your weapon to shoot people instead of the floor, paying off big time.
I really want to give a shout out to Looples, the brush user, because they've been very successful playing with the dualies and the pencil especially, and being able to push in so far and push in a way where they're able to single out players and pick them off, opening up opportunities and opening up the opportunity for the pencil to really push in. Because once that team sets up the pencil, then it's going to be very hard to get it out. And we did see, as soon as Looples came in and got a double. They were able to push to snipe, and that was essentially all they wrote. All they wrote.
Yeah, it's a comp that really complements itself well. You know, you have the brush that is just designed to waste your time, you know, hard to hit, so you're just shooting at it a lot, trying to pick this thing off while it's just running at you. And then you have the shot and the dualies, so you're dealing with just going through a million suction bombs to try to finally reach the final boss, the pencil. But by then the brush has already spawned back in, and so it's just really a lot to deal with now. So it looks like the answer that Never Back Down, Never What is going to try is the heavy edit this time around.
Heavy edit is a very interesting pick. I am not the biggest believer of edit, but I'm always willing to be proved wrong. So let's see how this edit plays.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they just are looking. Oh my gosh, and here, prime opportunity here. 2 jumps come in. They are both going to get taken out, so it is going to be the checkpoint already got broken. The cooler's out. This is a big opportunity for Never Back Down, Never What. Kind of catching that hyper-aggressive team being a little too aggressive, trying to jump in and getting punished for it. It's going to be a push all the way to 32.
It's going to keep going. Greg, it's going to keep going. They're 2 down still. This could be a huge push. This could be devastating. 26? It's 26, a push of 26 with only 50 seconds into the game. That is huge, and they are going to keep pushing. That edit, they can keep being a nuisance. That edit, it has the opportunity to play a little further up than other traditional backliners, and that actually might be exactly what they needed. They needed an anchor player that can also play just a tad bit further. And you see, it's working. They're 2 down. They're still on their plat, and they have an opportunity to get a very good push. And I say that, and there's someone that flanks.
Yeah, the Rainmaker's still on the plat, but the members of the team are already really pushing into zone. But, you know, all these kills not really for anything because the Rainmaker isn't moving anywhere.
Well, the Rainmaker at this current stage, what locked the freak in, all they need to do is simply get space in front of the Rainmaker. They don't necessarily have to do that by picking it up. Most teams do, but you can still go ahead and clear it. And we're gonna see, again, we're seeing that speed. Ooh, it's huge. Sorry, I'm all over the place, but that was an amazing pick by Risu. And the double on the Zuka, they are doing an excellent job, Greg, of shutting down Lock the Freakin' from getting that checkpoint. Because yes, the checkpoint is around like 59 or 58, but that's still time needed to get the checkpoint that isn't getting it past the lead or getting it past 17 in this case.
Yeah, just tremendous checkpoint denials there. And then Rainmaker kind of in a little bit of a tricky spot, you know. I do like dropping it kind of on this side of the map because then you have to deal with, you know, the defending team kind of has a shorter path to get to it. And the pushing team, they're going to have to drag it all the way through mid and then start to push up. So again, just really smart play there, just stalling it, just costing Lock the Freak in extra seconds that they don't really need right now because they still have to break that first checkpoint thanks to those clutch checkpoint denials that we saw. And yeah, what an annoying spot right here.
They need to surge. That was about 5 seconds wasted. And because of that excellent placement from Never Back Down, Never What, they were able to come back. That's going to be one of the few times you're going to see Squid Surge used on a stream for a Splatoon 3 tournament right there.
I'm remembering that for X-Rank because I'm confident that I'm going to be able to win some games when nobody in X-Rank knows how to Squid Surge and get that.
But yeah, because of that, we're seeing the answer. I asked the question, how does Never Back Down, Never What? How do they come back after such a dominant game too? And I think we're seeing the answer. We're seeing them after the first 50 seconds, they have locked mid down. They have said, okay, Lock the Freakin', if you want to play fast, but we're set up. We're just gonna kill you as soon as you get into mid. And we're gonna stall, and we're gonna slow you down. And because they're being slowed down, we're seeing that the brush is having a harder time at getting picks. We're seeing the dualies having a harder time at getting picks. And it's not going to be impossible. And another Zuka cancel right there. They stall. They are stalling to build special, and that is what Lock the Freakin' needs to get past. They need to play fast enough so that never back down, never what. They don't have the opportunity to get specials. They don't have the opportunity to lock them down.
You see the crab coming out trying to clear space, but now we see two members are at least keeping their eye on a flank.
And a beautiful Zuka cancel right there.
And how many members have died on or near that podium from a Zuka shot? At least 4 or 5 that game. Just such a deadly spot and hard. You know, their members weren't quite able to push up enough to threaten the Zuka user, so it was just kind of free kills for them. They knew what they needed to go after. They knew they had to pick up the Rainmaker, so just shoot at that and win the game.
Yeah. We saw, I'm going to say it again, but we saw the answer. It was to slow the game down. And because they were able to slow it down, they were able to get clutch Zuka after clutch Zuka after clutch Zuka. We saw push after push after push, locked or shut down completely because they made Lock the Freak in slow down. And because of that excellent response from a very dominant tower control game, we're going to go to a game 5, I believe?
Yeah, I love going to a game 5 here. Again, you know, Lock the Freak in. They already had to go to a game 5 the previous round, so it's exciting that we basically have three teams that are just so close to each other right now, still in this tournament. It's going to be interesting to see who runs into who later on. But in the meantime, we got to see who's going to punch their ticket to grand finals here. It's going to start with Clam Blitz on Scorch Gorge to decide this set.
So, Greg, from everything we have seen from this set, this map, who do you think is favored to win this game?
Well, we do see the Kraken cheese come out on the side of Never Back Down, Never What, but the trusty pencil is going to stick around for Lock the Freak in. I was going to say, you know, a big open middle space like this, I would like to have a pencil, but man, if there's ever a mode-specific counter I like, it's the Kraken cheese, but they're going to be the first ones going down as we see going to get taken out, I believe, by a bomb on the splash wall. So it's going to be Looples just causing some problems here early on. They are going to get backed off just a bit, and now there's going to be just these teams just kind of fighting for clamps in mid, and Looples going across the grate, somehow just able to survive that. I thought for sure that Looples was going to get the pick, but not quite. You have to be aware of that now on a map like this. You're not used to players going across the grates, but a brush is certainly going to be attempting that, so that's something that Never Back Down, Never What's going to have to be constantly considering when they're setting up defense.
So, from the weapons that are being played, we're going to see that generally Lock the Freak in are going to be able to move more when it move more in mid, and we're going to see that they got a full wipe. They are fast. They are able to very easily pinch and clean out mid. However, once Never Back Down, Never What set up for a push on the ramps or where the basket is, then it's going to be very hard to get Never Back Down, Never What out of that side of the map. So we're going to see that in the neutral game or in mid, we're going to see that Lock the Freak in is going to have an advantage. However, when we see pushing, we're going to see Never Back Down, Never What have the advantage. So Lock the Freak in, they will need to try their hardest to prevent Never Back Down, Never What from setting up.
Yeah, really, as far as the middle of the map goes, we've seen it a couple times already, but Never Back Down, Never What really has to make sure, as they're able to just get the lead here, but make sure that they're able to clear out this top middle part, because we see they're dealing with a comp that has 3 lethal bombs. they're running 2 splash walls, so we've seen it a couple times. People just dropping off top mid, able to take somebody out by throwing the bombs behind the splash walls. So definitely going to have to clear that out. That's going to be the Try's job, be able to just kind of scrape on the side of the walls. But in the meantime, they are trying to stand up on defense right now. We see the shot pushing in is going to get taken out by the Fizzy. Here's an opportunity for Never Back Down, Never What to see if they can push the members back further. They don't have a ton of clams to their name, though, so they're just going to have to try to play for control right now.
This is a very pivotal moment in the game right now. It is one player went down on each team. We're going to see Lock the Freak in. Stop.
They have the Kraken ready.
Here it is. Are we going to see? We're seeing Looples. Looples, guys, here comes the
are
trouble.
set up.
Oh. And that's 40 points right there. That's 43 points right there. That's what Lock the Freakin' needs to be careful about. Because I told you this before, but Never Back Down, Never What, their comp is very geared. It's very good when it comes to defense. So Lock the Freakin', not only do they have to get the 30 plus points to get the lead, but now they have to get to the basket in the first place.
What?
And it's not going to happen if they're going behind them. What is happening?
I have never seen somebody do that kind of flank to basket. Now they're dropping the cooler there.
They're all the way
Whose spawn
behind
is
them.
this?
What is happening? I don't understand. Well, that is huge. That is a huge flank. An absolutely massive flank. Because now, yes, they only got about 9 points, but they just burned 20 seconds on the timer. Now,
27 clams in the favor of Lock the Freak In right now. I'm on the edge of my seat. We see the cooler come out, but Looples goes down. They just need to find a way in. The Kraken's going to try to scare them back a bit, able to push them back in the spawn right now. And we see the pencil will
on the 96. Ooh.
Oh my gosh.
That. What just happened? That's a
I have to
huge
assume Looples maybe sneaking in,
pick.
able to get that. And talk about how clutch that 1v1 was then, because that was what they needed to get that. But we see now, 2 members go down. All they're going to need is to get 1 ball in. It's time to build up the Kraken, but they're going to have to stand up on defense right now. Somebody was under basket, but they didn't quite able to jump to them. But they do get the ball in. Oh my gosh, it's too hard to watch 2 baskets at once. So much is going on at both of them. It's gonna be Never Back Down.
Wrong side of the map there.
Oh my gosh, punching their ticket to grand finals. Never Back Down, Never What. Looking impressive comeback. Losing game 2, losing game 3, really decisively. It did not look like they were to come out of the set with a win, but managed to turn things around with a little help of the crack and cheese there, but able to just get it done. And yeah, really excited to see what this team can do in grand finals now. We're gonna have to see who's gonna be meeting with them.
Yeah, that last minute, that was something else. I look away for 1 second trying to see rosters. I look back and it's a score of 3 and then a knockout. The points, we saw that the Doolies was the last player alive on the side of Lock the Freak In, but they were able to get, they got the pick on the ball, yes. However, Never Back Down, Never What had more than enough clams to not only get the lead, but a decisive knockout too. There was no one on the side of Lock the Freak In under their basket. There was no one defending it. And we saw Never Back Down, Never What. They abused that. They took advantage of that opening and they decisively won game 5.
Yeah, just amazing. I appreciate the the aggression of both sides, trying to end the game on their own terms by scoring there in overtime, but we saw just Never Back Down, Never What, able to execute just a bit better on that. And as we see there, they will just be hanging out waiting for grand finals In the meantime, though, I think we're just gonna take a little break, but we'll be back with some losers side action as we continue on with Squid Junction here. So stay tuned. Hey everybody, welcome back to Squid Junction 63. We have Hades versus 4bats here in our, I believe, losers quarterfinals. Hades, the team that, if you guys were watching earlier, lost that hard luck set to Lock the Freak in back in the winners semis. So number 2 seed looking to make their run through losers now, get some revenge, and it's going to be getting started right away on Splatoon's Barnacle and Dime.
And we're seeing some weapons in some of the standard stuff that we see, except for those dualies, of course, and Dreadringer actually coming out on the side of 4bats. Interesting choice. I'm excited to see how it gets used. You know, not the best of kits, Reef Slider, but not certainly the worst. As we get into this map, it's going to be a brawl over mid right now, and it's got to be who can get that first splat. It's splat on both sides, so but it really looks like Hades has the advantage right now as they keep pushing in.
Yeah, I'm really watching. Oh, Honeydew gets taken out. I was really curious what the opening Gambit running Range Blaster would do, but they do get taken out. They did have Cooler though, so quick jump back in. Can they hit this direct on the Dread Ring? They will, but gonna get taken out themselves. And now, this is a tough fight right here. You don't want to lose control on this map because it's so hard to retake. So we see Trey just able to hang on to this plat for a bit, doing a team a big favor, not having to retake totally from scratch.
I'm going to retake totally from scratch. Great comment there, but it's going to be a flip for Forbats here as they manage to paint over the zone without getting any splats, but they're going to use that space to try to get forward. And it's a constant back and forth. The zone keeps flipping. Neither team really able to get a firm control over that, but with one splat, that's going to enable Hades to start making the push forward, and that's enough to get forward. 2 down on Forbats, and that's going to give zone right back to Hades.
Ying with a nice pick there with the bucket and able to jump out. So here's an opportunity. We see the Cooler popped on the side of Hades, but their members are so pushed up, they're not quite all going to be getting it. Looks like they do finally go back and get it. We see the Cooler come out on the side of Forbats here, but they are stuck in their spawn. They have the cheese with the Reef Slider. No, they don't. They get taken out. I was going to say it's not going to matter much because they are nowhere near close to the zone. And here's this Range Blaster just in the spot they want to be, under these ledges, just able to keep this whole team back for not wanting to get picked. And they're running out of time right now. They're going to have to find an answer, a way to get closer to zone so they can at least attempt to cheese it here. We see trying to deal with the Range Blaster. They're going to jump out. So again, nothing doing. They got to get this Reef Slider off. They're not going to be able to. They're going to get taken out. And it's going to be Hades, after a bit of a shaky start, cruising to a victory here in Game 1.
H-Cuber with a spectacular double kill at the end there. Managed to get 2 splats to hold off the people frantically pushing into a zone to try to get it painted. So it's a spectacular job there from Hades as they look to continue their run.
Yeah, just a great job. That map is really, really difficult to retake. And, you're used to at least being able to use your spawn area to kind of charge up your special, get something to move the players out of the way. But a Range Blaster being there just limits how safe you are even in your own spawn. So being threatened there just makes it that much harder to even think about pushing the rest of the members off your plat and get towards the zone. So really textbook job there by Hades. When they get the opportunity to lock out, they did not let up one bit.
And that's what Barnacle and Dime is about. That's the nature of this map. You tend to see teams pushing forward, trying to get that lockout, and it's because you can be, at the 80-point mark, but with a good lockout, you can take maps like how Hades did. If you just keep that forward pressure, it's not like some other Splat Zones maps where you can't really push too far forward, and you really have to really work about controlling area right in front of zone. Instead, Barnacle and Dime, you're really supposed to push forward and keep that control. And that is exactly what Hades did. But now we're going to be getting into tower control Mako Mart. And Greg, what are your thoughts?
If you're Forbats, you could probably breathe a bit of a sigh of relief, and at least this one isn't as lockout heavy. You're going to get your chances. You're going to be able to take multiple team fights along the way. Even if Hades is riding the tower, you're going to be able to set up your defense in a bunch of different places. You're not going to get totally locked up in spawn. At least you'd hope not. You have at least some more options of where you can come out of spawn. So it's going to be interesting to see if they, kind of how much are they going to change up their comp. We saw the Dread Ringer, the Reef Slider. I'm imagining that's just only going to be for zones. So what's that player going to switch off to? And any other changes based on what you saw? Seeing some unusual weapon come out like the Range Blast, or maybe you want something that can rush it down a little better. We'll see what they go with.
Maybe the Range Blaster is a good choice on this, because we all know the power of AoE on tower control, right? Not something to be undervalued here. And we do see a lot, that will be that Range Blaster coming out with the ZNF Splatter Scope as well. And it looks like it's going to be going to the vanilla Slosher there, the normal bucket, instead of that Dread Ringer for the side of Forbats.
even crazier than the range. It's the brand new custom blaster, so the splashdown coming out, very intimidating on tower control. We saw earlier in the tournament somebody using the splashdown as essentially a GG splashdown. Last couple of seconds, the team trying to get on the tower, and the splashdown just totally makes it inaccessible for them. And we see right now pushing in is Hades, able to get a pick here with the Nzap. Nzap's fight too, able to get one, but gonna get taken out here by the bucket.
Really interesting you pointed out that splashdown. It's been a while since I've played, so not too familiar with the new weapons, but splashdown, definitely one of the specials we don't tend to see. Really hasn't been good in a Splatoon game, I'm going to be honest, but have some niche use here and there. But speaking of that, that custom blaster is going to go down there, and that's going to allow Forbats to start pushing in, and this might be what they need to grab control of Tanner. Here comes out Stamp, and it managed to get one indirectly, but it actually manages to snipe out Cuber, and Yamura not able to get the splat on the drop there, but great positioning for Forbats now. As soon as I say that, two go down.
I thought about, maybe something to rush down the blaster, and the wiper could fit the bill. Not only the special with the stamp able to do well, but torpedoes there to just kind of harass any weapon that isn't able to shoot kind of fast like a blaster would. And we see it's going to be Forbats able to get their first push off Huber just with a nice shot, stopping it right away.
Absolutely nice shot. The power of that ZNF is you do have that screen. Still the only splatter scope or sniper I've ever played in a Splatoon game, because I can't aim, let's be honest here. And one of my favorites to use. That shield is so nice. Gets a lot. You're allowed to get a lot more forward positioning. Kind of like, not as oppressive as a Gal where they constantly step forward, but you're still able to keep pushing the anchor forward there. And it's a constant brawl right now over mid. Specials are flying, but neither team able to get an advantage. One down goes to two down, three down on Forbats. As soon as I say that, Hades turning the volume up to 10 there.
Yeah, you can sense some hesitancy, some indecision. It looked like Forbats were kind of checking on a flank and then backed off of that, but then they were kind of hesitant to move forward. So Trey just taking advantage of that, just running in and able to get some picks. And we see now the coolers coming out. The strikes are able to stop things for a little bit. Double strikes for Forbats, so able to at least kind of slow down these pushes. But it's one thing to slow them down, it's another thing to end them. You're gonna have to come away with some kills here. But Honeydew able to get a nice shot there with the blaster. We see the splashdown is ready. They're able to bait the wiper into dropping and then throwing the stamp to just kind of burn their special there. Not able to get much out of it. So nice job there of retreating when they need to. And here comes the splashdown, able to get the pick. And we see now the tower moving to the second checkpoint.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's probably a pretty hard weapon to shut down the splashdown. But I could be very possibly wrong. But it's 3 down on the side of Forbats, and they're pressing past this third checkpoint with only 8 left, and it looks like they're going to take that. Hades going to a grab map 2 here, as, decisive towards that end. It was very powerful. Like a really powerful push right there towards the end of Mako.
Yeah, Hades, like I said, 2 seed. Lost a brutal winner semifinal, so trying to come back from the underground, so to speak, with a loser's run here. And step 1 accomplished, taking down Forbats here. So it is going to be them waiting on their next opponent, which could be interesting either way, because we have XOXO, the 4 seed, coming in this tournament, currently tied 1-1 against Nightshade, who is the lowest seed still alive in this tournament, down 21. So that set is tied 1-1. Winner is going to take on Hades here in a few. So very interested to see how that's going to turn out. It's either going to be somebody with a pretty nice upset, or battle of 2 teams that were very highly regarded coming into this tournament. We see Hades with just a ton of momentum already coming into this, able to make pretty quick work of Forbats, valiant effort, but just a little too much for Forbats to handle was Hades. So it'll be interesting to see how they can continue this run.
Very interested to see how they are going to continue on. They put such a showing there. Such a great showing on Barnacle and Diamond, such a great showing on Mako Mart. I'm excited to see how far they'll get in this tournament. I mean, second seed, obviously expected to get around second place, but sometimes, that's not how things end up. But here we go. It's going to be Hades versus XOXO, second seed versus fourth seed to see who goes to play. Lock the freaking exciting match right there, as you said.
Yeah. Nightshade just not quite able to complete the Cinderella story. Their run will come to an end. I'm sure they're pretty happy with where they turned out as the 21 seed, getting taken out by somebody. It looks like they had quite a few upsets along the way. I mean, wow, they knocked out the 3 seed, they knocked out the 8 seed. So definitely a tournament to remember for them. They basically just went, I mean, there weren't that many teams in this tournament. I think it was like 27 or so. So for them to really just go on that kind of run, when you're that kind of run, you're that low of a seed, basically every set you win is an upset. So some nice results for them today. Good to see it. But XOXO putting an end to that, it's going to be, just kind of hugs and kisses goodbye as they get ready to take on Hades. And we see the maps are already in. If you're unfamiliar with this tournament, there is... Oh, they're not quite in yet.
This is going to be a best of 3, so we're going to be banning 2 maps. And if you were Hades, what map would you ban right now?
I was Hades. What map would I ban?
It's a hard question, I know.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if they... I'm looking back at the bracket now to see if they ever ran into XOXO. No, they were on the other side of the bracket, so you're not even familiar with this team. You didn't already have a set against them to kind of see what they like, what they didn't like. You're kind of going in totally blind. So for that, I think I'm just going with kind of what's comfortable for my team right now. What do we like? And so, we have a Charger who's not playing Pencil, not like other Chargers. So you kind of have to think, what's something that a traditional Charger wants to get set up on where they're not, looking for picks, they're not really looking for pain in the zone. So I think of something like a tower control, like a Rainmaker is something that I do want to play, just because, being able to get one kill to shut down the objective, really nice. So maybe I'm looking to ban one of these clamps maps because I don't like the idea of having to go up against so many coolers, so many people just diving at me, and any one of them could score points. So that's probably what I'm looking to get rid of if I'm Hades.
It looks like we'll possibly getting the strikes and bans soon. But, I mean, you made some great points there, and I think it's gonna be interesting. This is an interesting map pool. We got some standard maps. We also have Crab Lake and Cargo, and I remember when those maps were new. So, people tended to not go them. But you were right. Hades did end up banning Clan Blitz on Crab Lake Capital, and XOXO banned Clan Blitz on Museum Delphines. Museum. They banned Museum, and that means we're not gonna have any Clan Blitz this match. It's gonna be Rainmaker on Humpback Pump Track. Big Splatoon fan, always love to see this map. Tower Control and Ship Shake Cargo, and Splat Zones on Hagglefish Market.
Yeah, what a map to get things going. Rainmaker on Humpback. Definitely a old favorite from Splatoon 2. I've definitely lost... I remember losing a pretty heartbreaking Ludi set on that map back in Splatoon 2, so definitely a lot of players very familiar with it at this point. I'm curious to see, one thing that I haven't seen lately that I thought was pretty strong was a lot of teams running a vacuum to just try to push, through that elbow, and then it's really difficult to, not only fill up the vacuum when they're pushing on that straightaway from like the 40 to 20 point range, but then once you do fill up that vacuum, the shot is so big that there's really not a lot of spot or safe places just between the Rainmaker and the goal to avoid that vacuum blast. But that's something I've seen come around lately. So maybe Cuber, playing Charger but not playing Pencil is something that we could see come out here. I'm curious to see what these teams go with.
And that's exactly every time I bring up Humpback Pump Track, I'm always talking about teams trying to get past like that 27, 28 point mark. Because that's where you have this like big open spot where it's a big defensive hold. And a lot of teams use vacuum to get past that. Vacuum is a great tool on Rainmaker, and it's sad that we don't really see that special anywhere else, but it is always great to see it being brought on Rainmaker. And as you said, I mean, this is an instance where you can bring that non-cooler charger. You can bring the pencil. You can not bring the pencil, and you can bring the vanilla charger instead, which I believe has vacuum. So it could be an instance where we see, that vac come out, or we could see a vac on another weapon from either of these teams. But I'm excited to see what these teams bring in general.
Well, all that talk about Humpback was for nothing. We have breaking news. XOXO choosing to ban Rainmaker Humpback Pump Track after all. So
We will
are
not be seeing vacuum.
we are instead going to start out on Tower Control Ship Chase. So I don't know, were they listening to the stream? Did they know that I knew that Hades might not like Clamblitz? I don't know, maybe. But
Who
instead
knows?
we're
Insider
going to go with
information.
yeah. Hey, listen to the stream when you're hanging around waiting for the set to start. Might learn a tip or two. You never know. I actually don't recommend it. Better to just kind of stay focused. So imagining this game's just going to get killed here as the room was already locked in. So we will see. I'm assuming this game will not count, but let's see who can enter the button combination the fastest. Oh, they're actually going for it? No, they're not. XOXO knows. I mean, they're the ones that did change their counter pick, so you would think they would be the ones that end the game. And it is our spectator himself who was able to shut things down before any of these players can.
Just realized the spectator name was Specnia. Thank you. You'll almost never see the spectator name, and that's the one of the few chances that you get to. So viewers enjoy realizing that that's our spectator name. It's pretty fire. 10 out of 10.
The little fun secrets of spectator mode. It's always, the unsung heroes, and you learn some interesting stuff too. Like I know, ink strikes, they make a sound that you can almost never really hear unless you are using that sky view with spectator mode. The missiles kind of coming in, they kind of whistle as they go by, but you don't really hear it at that altitude unless you're at that altitude with the camera.
Somebody was paid to put in that sound, and then they realized that what their work was going to be is almost never heard. And you know what? I think that's the funny thing about sound design and video games in general is that a lot of these people who put in work in these games, they put in little tidbits of things that they're like, this is almost never going to get seen or heard, but might as well.
I think every time a new map drops, I would be just scrolling Twitter constantly if I was the guy that was in charge of animating the jellyfish in the background to see if anybody is noticing my work and praising it or anything like that. That would just be my obsession.
Look at these jellies. They're having a conversation. I think I remember seeing that one of the first side order things that I saw was somebody found some jellies off the map that were just having a convo. And
yeah, so instead we'll get into ship shape tower control, which we saw earlier. Very snowbally map, something that our #1 seed could not quite deal with in the set that they eventually ended up winning, but instead it's going to be these guys going at it. So we see the T-Tech coming about, going old school with the T-Tech, not going for the new thing, the Octo shot. Gotta respect that.
Not the Octo shot, but we going with the Wasabi. I still call it the Wasabi, even though I never played Splatoon 1, because I just think Wasabi is so much better. Anyways, enough discussion. What also a throwback is Honeydew on the Machine here. We all remember when Machine was dominant, right? Start of Splatoon 3, considered the best weapon in the game. Really good at kind of locking down shows. AoE damage, fizzy bombs, and a booyah bomb make for kind of a great lockdown weapon, but we've seen it falling off while ever since the rise of Splash and other weapons, but it's always great to see it here and there. But here comes out that booyah bomb, but it's going to be a double kill from Honeydew on that Machine, and that's a great way to get back in on this round here. Still all brawling, and here comes out the Zuka from Fishy, and it doesn't find everything. It's still a back and forth brawl, and neither team really able to get a full their foot in the ground here.
Yeah, snowballing map like this, you want to take this first team fight very seriously. So both teams, whenever they start to get a disadvantage, just retreating, regrouping, so they can live to fight another day. So we see the strikes come out, we see the Booyah come out, trying to get a foothold here on this left side, but not going to be enough to really displace the members of XOXO for too long, and instead it's going to be them that are able to reload, recharge. They're going to get on the tower right now and cruise on their way to the first checkpoint.
Just on their way to first checkpoint. It's about if they can pop this or not. Getting into here, they're looking very poised to take this checkpoint. And that's exactly what they're going to do. Popping double Zuka to try to confirm, try to get anybody who's trying to stop them. And that's actually what's going to happen is 2 go down on the side of Hades. Get splatted by those Zukas, but 2 go down and 3 go down to the side of XOXO. And it's an even trade here as the crab is popped on the tower to try to keep it moving. It's up to Cuber to try to stop this as teammates are respawning and they are back here. The tower is gone to Hades and it looks like they're poised to start pushing back in mid here.
Yeah, we see Cuber just being a constant presence here, pressuring, giving jumps, but not quite able to take on that crab 1v1 to stop the tower. But, 38 definitely something to recover from. Gonna have to dodge a lot right now, and it's gonna be the shooter that's able to take them out. We see right now just the trouble on this map. It's so hard to retake mid, because not only do you have to just, retake your side of these, tall structures in mid, but you have to actually get on the enemy side in order to push them off to really start to get a push of your own. We're gonna see them throw the Booyah out, but it's hard if nobody's really pushing in to follow up with that Booyah. Then XOXO is able to just retake that space immediately. We see the Zuka, that's going to move some people. And we see on the flank Trey, here's a huge opportunity as they push way up in their base. Nobody's going to be able to get near the tower until they deal with them.
And that's going to be very good for Hades, but the main part of this that's a problem for the attackers is this second checkpoint. As you see right around it, there's a lot of high ground. It reminds me almost of Hagglefish Market. This very important high ground here that you need to coast past, and it's always very hard for the attackers. It's so hard that 4 members go down on Hades. A great defensive hold from XOXO to get back on the tower, but lead has swapped, so it's up to XOXO to get back in on this match.
Yeah, Trey stuck around, was able to trade out the pencil, which, thought would be nice. They wouldn't have cooler, but we see the Stamper is able to pop the Zuka to basically serve as the team's backline, hold the members of Hades off so they can't just run out of spawn right at the members of XOXO. So buying time for their teammate that went down, but we see, again, Trey on these flanks worked out so far earlier in the push, but it's going to be XOXO with some good control here as we enter the final minute of the game.
A minute and XOXO 5 points away from this lead, but it's a 1-1 trade on both sides, and Booyah's on board for the side of Hades. Could be what they need to get back in here. Booyah and Zuka pods, but both get Zuka gets shut down. 3 gets shut down on the side of Hades, and that's going to coast past the lead. It's another wipeout, and that's going to allow a second checkpoint to get taken. This is massive for the side of XOXO. They're going to get on that defensive position up there on the high ground. I mean, the members of Hades going to flood off there, but they have 20 seconds to grab a checkpoint that's on the other side of the map. It's going to be really hard for Hades to get back in on this. It's what they're going to need to do here.
Yeah, we see the Zuka ready. Not quite a Booyah, not quite strikes, but still can be pretty effective at picking members off tower. We see they are ready for it now, just basically looking for their opportunity to pop it. Gonna throw some bombs to maintain the space right now. It's getting a little dicey, a little closer. We see they are gonna pop it now. The Booyah is out to try to keep them alive, and that is gonna stop the Zuka. So I like this overtime push right here, but we see, the suction bomb combined with the shot just diving to tower. Cuber not quite able to hit the shots, and it's gonna be XOXO taking game 2.
XOXO grabbing game 2 was a little bit close. Game 1 actually. That is our first because
all right.
The band swap. Yeah, XOXO grabbing the first map, and it was very good be getting pushed from them. And then Hades, make a spectacular push back, but the mental to remain calm there, keep collected, and just make another push and get the lead. Spectacular from them. There are some teams I know that would lose their cool after getting pushed all the way to second checkpoint. But it does, I mean, a great job from XOXO. And yeah, Hades put up a great fight. There was wipeouts, there was a lot of forward pushes, great special usage, but it just came down to the end of XOXO having the better, just playing better.
Yeah, I think it was a little miscommunication on Hades' final defense there. We saw they did pop Booyah, they did pop strikes to try to stop the tower. And that's all it did. It just stopped the tower because they threw everything they had at the tower. So the members of XOXO, they were happy to just hop off the tower for 3 seconds and then get back on. In the meantime, the members of Hades just kind of dove at them and got taken out. If you're going to kind of pop all those AoE, just tower clearing specials at once, you gotta have to, throw some of that behind the tower, throw it around the tower, not just on the tower. That way, XOXO is forced to give up more space than just getting off the tower. So credit to XOXO for the patience there, just hanging in, not trying to just ride out, get a little greedy and try to hang on just for a couple more points. Just get off the tower, let that stuff clear out, and then go get your points for the winning push.
Indeed, but now we're going to be going to Splat Zone's Hagglefish Market. I just talked about that previously in this map, but it's a different mode this time. It's going to be Splat Zones and Guru. If you're going to change one, well, actually, we're already getting into the weapons. I'm going to say that we're going to see the weapons for ourselves here. We're going to see what these teams swap around, and I see that range blaster coming out for the side of Hades.
Yeah, interested to see here. We see opening Gambit on the shot, so keep an eye on them, see what kind of impact they want to make early. It looks like right now they're just painting, probably trying to get early Zuka and see if they can build some momentum off of that. The Zuka is live and immediately popped, and it looks like able to take out one. We see them trying to at least move the pencil out of the way, not going to be able to enough. Nice job there, staying their ground, able to get a pick, and Trey just kind of stuck in no man's land. Able to get that wall out though for some protection, gonna try to whale out these members of XOXO, but it's not really gonna be enough as the zone continues to tick XOXO's way.
Tick XOXO's way, but it's full control for XOXO right now, but it's a lot of specials and subs coming out for the side of Hades to try to regain control. And here we go. It's going to be Hades being able to swap zone here, but at the cost of one member going down. And that's a second as well. It's a delayed, a lot of stagger coming out from XOXO, and it's proving to be very pivotal here as Hades can't get regrouped because every time they try, it's one or two members going down for each fight. But two go down on the side of XOXO, and a delayed third here is going to allow Hades to grab control of zone and start putting that forward pressure. A great pick from Trey there, grabbing Fishy, and a second one as well coming out from, I believe, Azuka. Is a great position for Hades to be in, but as soon as I say that, 2-3 go down on the side of Hades, and it's a great retake coming out from XOXO. Lead will not slop as XOXO regain control of the point.
Man, you see the respect that Cuber has earned throughout this tournament, throughout this set. All members of Hades down, but members of XOXO a little slow to rush through zone to go after him. Cuber does back up, but you see nobody wanted to rush through zone and get picked off by Cuber to stop their momentum. Instead, playing things a little slower, a little patiently. That's what happens when you have a strong backline on your team, just able to slow things down a bit. But what's not being slowed down is these Zuka shots on this counter, and it is going to be back in the favor of Hades.
Back in the favor of Hades as they have managed to get 3 picks in that fight, and it's going to be all about getting this forward positioning. But I'm only seeing Honeydew being the most forward, but with that weapon, with that blast, that is a decent weapon to do it. Wavebreaker comes out, but immediately gets splatted. 2 go down on the side of XOXO in response, though. That's going to allow Hades to keep control of this forward position. Trey in a nasty strike right now, might be able to find something, but the crab is not going to drop down for the side of XOXO here.
Yeah, players know, like, you gotta check that area, but maybe not, as 2 members do get taken out on XOXO, so now they're in a tough situation. The cooler's gonna come out, they're painting the zone, but it's really just the sword trying to paint it. That's not gonna be able to do it, so they are able to get their members back in, but not quite able to get the zone flip yet. The Zuka comes out, 1 member does go down, and it looks like maybe finally can they get a cap? They will get a cap. They will get that penalty, which gives them some breathing room here.
Absolutely pivotal to get that cap, but what else is also pivotal is that lead swap coming out from Hades. But 2 go down, 3 go down on the side of Hades. And XOX are going to paint and grab as much map control as they can. What's important about this map and splat zones in general is that you don't just stay on zone, you go forward. Alright, you want to fight before the objective so you can stall more time. Any 3 points remaining to the lead, and lead is going to swap. XOXO grabbing the lead, but what might be happening is zone flipping in response. It's a brawl right now for that point, and Trey almost getting splatted by a bomb there, but gets out. It's 6 points remaining, and the Crab is able to get 1, and the second is garnered elsewhere. That's going to be game, and XOXO take the set 2-0.
Man, just perfect weapons in the perfect situation there for XOXO at the end. They pop the Zuka, which kind of scares off the members of Hades for a bit, and then right when they finally start to abandon trying to push through mid, the shot and everybody else is able to watch the flanks while the crab tank and the pencil are able to just totally lock down mid. So just really left them no options at the end to try to either go through mid or get a flank off to try to get that last zone flip in order to prolong the game. So really strong showing there. Again, 2-0 against a team that was very highly regarded coming into this tournament. Really played really well during this tournament, but it is going to be XOXO that's moving on.
XOXO going to be able to play I believe this is a 6 seed name. I'm blanking on the name, but to be able to play in the losers finals to try to get a run back all the way to grands to try to take the tournament, and excited to see how they play in the rest of this tournament. Hades, unfortunately, their run ends here, but it's still a great show, and I believe that is 4th place for Hades. So spectacular. But yes, XOXO will be playing Lock the Freak in for the losers final right after this break.
Welcome back, everybody, to Squid Junction 63. My name is Gregory. I'm joined here by Ansonin, and we are getting ready for Losers Finals.
It's gonna be an exciting losers finals. We just saw XOXO beat Hades, who had a wonderful performance the previous map, and now we're gonna be going against Lock the Freakin', who wants the run back against the team that beat them in the winners. It's gonna be an exciting match, and we're gonna start things out quite possibly on. We're gonna be starting things out on Tower Control Inkblot Art Academy, an absolute competitive staple.
Yeah, I'm curious how this is going to turn out. I feel like these teams at the top of this tournament are so close because, Never Back Down, who's the team that's waiting right now in Grands, they beat XOXO 3-0 earlier in this tournament. But as we saw XOXO, they were able to handle Hades, who just barely lost to Lock the Freakin'. So it's kind of almost a rock, paper, scissors thing we're shaping up for here, unless XOXO is just kind of on the wrong side of the bracket early on and ran into a strong team early, but very curious to see how this set's going to turn out.
I'm very, very curious, but what I do know is it's going to be a very interesting match. I'm expecting a map 3. If you do, our second map here is Splat Zones on Umami, and then our third map is going to be Claim Blitz on Scorch Gorge. As much as I dislike Scorch Gorge, it's still going to be a very fun map to watch. I'm excited to see how far, if we can get to that map 3, and how tight it's going to be.
Yeah, it looks like it was XOXO that chose to ban Rainmaker Undertow, and then Lock the Freakin', they wanted to ban Rainmaker on Museum, so both teams wanted to take Rainmaker out of the equation. Maybe just a little too volatile of a mode, something that they didn't quite want to have to deal with this late in the game. So gonna stick with some modes that are at least a little slower pace on the surface, but with these teams, once they kind of get an advantage, they're really good at pushing that and pushing things into a knockout quickly.
Yeah, but Tower Control Inkblot Art Academy, definitely a bit harder to roll that. I've definitely seen snowballs happen on this map, especially because if you're on that tower, you get more special charge. And that can generally just lead to a lot of fights where you have that special advantage. Right? But both these teams, we know they can handle the heat, right? They know we can handle a lot of aggression. We saw XOXO previous map defend against a large push from Hades on Tower Control and avoid getting snowballed. So we know at least one of these teams to be very comfortable with dealing with, that snowball. But we're just waiting for the players to get into the lobby. We'll be in the match soon enough. But this map is a competitive staple, crew. But if you were going to see one, kind of off-meta pick, what would you expect to be on this map?
Man, well, it was a lock. If it was Hades in here, we'd maybe see the blaster, the range blaster, but XOXO kind of running a little more of what you kind of expect from these comps. I'm curious to see Lock the Freakin', though I believe they were the team we saw earlier running the ink brush, so I'm curious if that'll come out. Not necessarily a map mode I would consider that weapon particularly strong on, but also not a weapon that I feel like has map modes that are particular weaknesses for it either. It's really just a weapon that's designed to be pesky, be in your face, be aggressive. So I'm curious to see if maybe that's something that they pull out here.
Well, that is a very interesting idea. We're using the brush. We tend to not really see a lot of brush anymore. Don't see paintbrush, don't see the octo. It's been a long time since I think that was used as a a quick respawn or a harasser. Now we just see Wiper in that scenario. But still, I'd still say it's a bit valid. Still a good choice. Definitely not the most meta of picks, but it's a very interesting, very fun to watch.
Yeah, exactly. And we saw also Lock the Freak In, they were running Splat Dualies as well. So giving that crab option, but giving you a little more mobility again, a little more peskiness, kind of complements the brush really well as compared to a splash, just kind of your standard shooter with the standard shooter mobility. So it's going to be tricky for XOXO. They're going to need to find a way to hit their shots and deal with these distractions and kind of be able to focus on the same thing at the same time. So communication is going to be really important, especially on our first map, because you don't want to let things get out of control. You don't want to let things kind of linger on too long, because as you said, that special advantage when you're pushing the tower, it can turn these pencils that are already churning out coolers like no other. It can just make it that much worse when they have that special advantage as well.
When they have that special advantage, yes, but special things are going to be happening in this map as we're going to be getting into this match right now. What are these players bringing out? We're going to see the Stamper coming out, and we're also going to see that brush right there. That is going to be a fantastic... It's going to be very interesting to watch on the side of Lock the freaking T-Girl Swag bringing that.
And yeah, immediately the members of XOXO just kind of staying more towards the left side. Nobody even really contesting things on the right, just kind of staying grouped up, and naturally that's because they're waiting for their cooler. It finally gets popped, and we see now they are going in, getting some picks, and we see the brush now just trying to slow things down, is able to take out the pencil. Nice little play here, and now you see the brushes are just so fast when they have that cooler buff. Fishy though, able to finally track them down, get taken out. We have a crab fight going on in mid. I believe that's going to get interrupted by the shot sneaking up. Fishy now pushing way up onto the plat, able to take out the brush again. It's just the pencil. If they can get this pick, it'd be huge, and they do.
It's a massive pick because now the members of XOXO are going to make a lot of forward progress, and it's Lock the Freakin' getting hampered by a lot of Zukas here. It's one of the powers of that splatter shot is, well, I mean, the Zuka. Are we prepared to say Zuka is best special in the game? Because I'm a bit prepared to say it here, as a spectacular defense or offense coming out from XOXO, constantly harassing Lock the Freakin', getting these players, getting these splats, and they're gonna about to coast to the final checkpoint here, and it's gonna be this crab to try to hold them off.
Fishy pushing up again, able to take out the pencil. They're on an incredible streak here right now that I'm not sure if it's ever going to stop. They're just popping the Zuka to push away the members. And again, they're just trying to find a way to get in here, but we see it looks like XOXO push is going to finally come to an end, but the damage has been done.
And damage has been done all the way to 27, but you never know. If you get on tower, you get that special advantage. There's a chance that you're able to completely lock out XOXO right here with the forward push. And I mean, a desperate chance to try to get this crab, but instead the harasser gets harassed there, going down to that crab. It's gonna be a quick jump in. I think cooler was available there, but that is still gonna allow XOXO. Oh, what is Zuka? It's gonna allow XOXO a good, easy way to breeze right back into this map.
And that Zuka was able to take out the pencil right before they were able to get that cooler buff, so standard respawns do apply, which is going to be a little more downtime for Lock the Freakin', which is not what they need at the moment. It is going to be XOXO continuing the momentum from the previous set. Lock the Freakin', they've been stuck sitting for a while. They've been waiting for this set, so we see the kill on the crab getting started up, so it's going to have to be Lock the Freakin'. It locks the Freakin', but now it's CJ. Doesn't want to be overshadowed by the other shot on their team. Able to go on a nice kill streak there.
Nice kill streak, but Lupla is not able to get that, as it's spectacular special usage from XOXO and 2 down on the side of Lock to Freakin, but it's going to be this third checkpoint. Can XOXO get past that? I say if they get past it, it is almost certainly guaranteed for them because that's so hard to get past. But as I say that, I will be proven right again. So hard to get past. Even though XOXO is doing spectacularly and getting these splats, they're not able to push past that last checkpoint. But you do have to say that. I mean, with this point lead, Lock the Freak In has to get to that third checkpoint, and that's definitely a tall task to do.
Yeah, these crab players, both sides, definitely, you know, the special hasn't been where it was, you know, at the start of the game, but they've really upgraded their usage of it. I'm seeing them being a lot more mobile, you know, not quite just using it like a splatling, just staying still, just moving around, being unpredictable, forcing the enemy team to try to commit and move around to get out of the way. And now we see this is an opportunity. Oh, but they're going to be shut down, so it's going to be last chance for Lock the Freak In. They're going to be with 30 seconds left trying to state a comeback here, but it is going to be the cooler's going to come online for XOXO for their one final defense as soon as it is ready. And here it comes. They are going to have to deal with some specials being thrown their way, but again, just able to reposition so well. Going to be out of range for the crab to do much. So here we see on the flank, they are able to take out the Tower Rider, but so now they're going to have to swap, but here comes the GG Strikes, able to take out one, and then a nice way to do the other, and then Love Galore is just going to run right in, and it's going to be XOXO taking game one.
Spectacular strikes there, all hitting straight in the center and with great delay, maximum stall time. Just the GG Strikes absolutely perfect, and special usage overall was great for the side of XOXO. Had some great crabs, great Zukas there, but at the end of the day, it was the strikes that called it. And XOXO, they grabbed the first map, and you gotta think, I mean, Lock the Freak In actually do need the Lock the Freak In, because right here they are they are one map away from losing.
Yeah, we saw just these pushes. You know, Fishy went on quite a roll to get things happening, get them to the second checkpoint, and the rest of the team just able to stall things out from there, and then the Zuka able to get two more. So really, Fishy doing a lot to get that opening push going, and it was able to hold up.
Just able to hold up indeed. But I mean, we're going to be going into splat zones, which is very different from tower control. Yeah, the lockout possibility is still there, but Umami? No, yeah, Umami could definitely be a lockout heavy map, so it's going to be on the onus on Lock the Freak In to see if they can bring something, because what happened there is XOXO, when they were grabbing the tower, they were putting such good forward pressure that Lock the Freak In wasn't able to break through. They weren't able to find, you know, the crack in XOXO's defense there that allowed them to weasel back to tower and grab that forward control. And we're talking about splat zones. That's very important, because once XOXO, if they grab zone first, they're going to put up this forward control, and then all of a sudden it's on Lock the Freak In to break that. So far, they haven't proven to us that, or at least in this match, they haven't proven to us that they are comfortable breaking in against XOXO.
Yeah, I'm really curious as we go to Umami Ruins how that brush from Lock the Freak In is going to function here. We saw earlier on in the day they were just able to really just keep farming coolers from their pencil and top mid, and then just able to dive in and just, you know, the main weapon of the brush itself, able to just kind of rain down paint from above, you know, so whoever is able to just really get a foothold in top mid at the start of this game, it's going to be such a huge advantage for him. So I'm curious to see if it's going to be essentially a race to get there at the start.
And here we go into this second map. Lock in, going to try to lock in for this one. It's going to be the same comp coming out. I believe that is the normal stamp. No, it is I can't tell them apart. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm colorblind.
The Nouveau or the...
Yeah.
It's the new one, yeah, with the crab tank.
Yeah. The new stamper, but I'm just... They look the same. It happens. Once I get it in my weapon collection and play with it, I'll be able to tell the difference. But I'm out of stamps. here we go. Amount of the little things that you buy weapons with. I couldn't be damned to get another raise some more star power. I'm gonna be honest. But you know what? Talking about honesty, Lock the Freak in on it, doing honest work right now, locking out XOXO, and just spectacular, shutting down the Zuka. And this is what, and this is never mind. Greg, what do you think about what's going on right now?
Well, this all started with, this map is a little wider than, doesn't quite have the choke points that we saw in the previous map. So it all started with the shot from the killer whales, just able to cause a lot of havoc and then make it so that the members of Lock the Freakin' can kind of rush in. But we see on this counter push, the Zuka's coming out, getting some picks. We're going to see this crab tank come out, try to get some space, but they know they're there. They're pressuring the spot. It's going to be really hard to pop this. We see just, oh my god, instantly shred. Goodbye, crab. So now they're just going to try to get some control at top mid here. Gonna rush, get the stamper. It's a huge play, but the coolers block them out. They can't get more, but the Zuka is able to avenge that pick. So now these teams scrapping a minute. It's gonna be Lock the Freakin' able to get control, but they do lose the lead. Their pencil's getting rushed down by CJ, able to get the pick, which is big right now. No cooler for a while, and it is gonna be control of XOXO getting it back.
And there I mean, neither side has it, but there you go. XOXO grabbing it, and now what I said before is gonna be true. How is Lock the Freakin' gonna get in on this? And you gotta think they do have a couple specials in the back pocket that might be useful for this. Maybe plot, the Zuka and the crab are gonna be what's used. And here comes out the whale, and I believe the crab as well. As that's going to be what's going to try to get this for control, but instead, Lock the Freakin' are the members that are getting splatted here. As spectacular a job by XOXO, and there's the wipeout. 30 seconds remaining until we see a 2-0 by XOXO. Unless Lock the Freakin' managed to rewrite that story.
Yeah, gonna have to do something, but everybody just watching that choke point for the brush. Not going to be able to get much else. They're able to at least neutralize, but unless they get any picks, it's going to be hard for them to really get more. They do take out the pencil. That's a big painter. Can they try to get more? They're going to not be able to. Oh, and you see they capped it just a little too late. It is going to be XOXO moving on to our grand finals.
That's one of the times I'll take a screenshot and be like, what? But it is one of those things with this game. You can paint it at the last second, but if you're just barely too late, the game won't register it. You're a little bit too late. The paint droplets fell after this fact there. So, unfortunate for Lock the Freakin', but third place, not bad. Certainly not bad. I believe they're seeded 6. Double your seed is always a great place to rank, and I mean, I think every single one of those members is happy with the result they got. But XOXO, on the other hand, they are really happy. They're excited. They get to go toe-to-toe with, people who might have sent them into this losers here in the grand finals.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if they're able to make some adjustments to make this grand finals a little closer than the set where they ran into Never Back Down, Never What earlier. Sometimes that happens in a tournament. You kind of are rolling with one strategy and you're like, let's just ride out until we lose. And then once you lose, get kicked down a loser's bracket, you're like, all right, let's talk about what worked, what didn't, and we can adjust. So you kind of can come back and, the rematch, you're a little stronger. You learn something through the course of the last couple hours that you didn't know going in. So maybe XOXO figured something out. And meanwhile, Never Back Down, Never What, they've been waiting it out for a little while now, so they could be a little cold, but they're going to have to heat up here quickly as we're going to get ready for grand finals in just a bit after the break.
Hello and welcome back, my fellow associates and viewers. We have an amazing grand finals on our hands here. We have Never Back Down, Never What? Versus XOXO. And Greg, I mean, look, taking a look at this map list, anything that stands out for you?
Well, there's a couple of maps that these teams have been playing all night, so definitely comfortable with. I like how we're starting and potentially ending with Clambless just to keep things extra interesting. So it was Never Back Down, Never What who actually decided to strike Tower Control Haggle from the possible options, and it was XOXO that didn't want to deal with Rainmaker Humpback Pump Track. So not quite sure what to make that as for their strategies. From what I recall, it seemed like these teams are kind of running a lot of similar stuff, you know, just kind of three things that want to go fight and a pencil to enable that fighting. So it's going to be coming down to just what teams can get after the other team's pencil player, what teams can win these individual team fights and go at it.
Exactly. Couldn't have said it better myself, but Scorch Gorge, I have to watch Scorch Gorge. No, keep me away. I'm gonna fall asleep. Boredom. Honks no. No, I'm just kidding. My hatred for Scorch Gorge is purely the bit. On a bit level. It's an okay map, but Clamblitz definitely its best mode, and I'm excited to see what these teams bring. We saw XOXO, I mean, running more the standard. Nothing really special, but Never Back Down, Never Won. I mean, their first seed, I believe they could probably bring in a lot of things. Have we seen them earlier on stream?
Yeah, Never Back Down, Never What. We actually, the last time we saw them was them winning a Game 5 on Scorch Clams. They brought out the 96 Deco equipped with the Kraken Royale, and that enabled them to get some decent pushes off. So
Kraken cheese.
Yes, sir. So
Gotta love it.
To see if they just ride out with that and what XOXO can kind of try to do about it.
I mean, hey, Kraken cheese, definitely a strategy, and I really do like seeing it because we never really see Kraken anywhere else. Like, it's a good special, but it's very more situational in a lot of the other modes. But Kraken actually having a place in the meta, and that is on Clamblitz, and I am fully appreciative of that. So maybe we see that come out. But we're actually seeing what could possibly be 2 Clamblitz maps if this goes to a Game 5.
Yeah, we did see Never Back Down, Never What. I believe we also saw them roll with the Kraken on tower control on the ship shape there, but that did also result in a loss for them. So they're at least trying to make it work on some other map modes, but just didn't quite work out for them there. I'm curious if we end up going to that map, if they will rethink the Kraken there. But first things first, let's see what it can do on Scorch Gorge, as the teams are just about done with their weapon select. We're going to be ready to get this grand final started in just a matter of moments.
We're gonna be in here in just a moment. I'm looking at the small little screening on my bottom right, and it looks like we're loading in right now. Here we go. We get to see what these teams bring, and I'm excited to see. Also, just noticed that XOXO have all the matching banners, but we are going to see 2 gals come out, and we got the different flavors of gals as well. We have that Kraken, and we have the Killer Whale. I just realized that's the only difference between the two. Funny enough, but that's going to be a lot of forward aggression because we know the gal is one of the best weapons at pushing forward and gathering space because of not only its quick kill time, but it's also spectacular shield.
Yeah, and we see, as far as the coolers go, going with the Tri-Slosher Nouveau on the side of Never Back Down, Never What. So gonna have the coolers be a little bit slower, as it just doesn't quite have the painting power that we see. And I like that play there, just form a ball, jump out, you know, hand it off probably to somebody else that doesn't want to quite go in. But we see, look at them just piling up clams here so they can form a ball right underneath the basket rather than have to carry it along with them so well. And then I like the play, throwing the splash wall off the terrain, able to just buy some more time, and already down to 65 with a couple more clams in their possession is never back down, never what. They're able to hold things down. No Kraken cheese really needed. They're able to just kind of use the Kraken to push things forward the old-fashioned way. And it looks like this push, I did say finally come to an end, but they are able to get it now under 50.
Finally, the splats come in and XOXO grab it, but I want to talk about how they used the Kraken there. Is what happened is they pushed in, never back down, pushed in, and because they didn't need Kraken cheese, they didn't have like another power clan built up, so they all just pushed as a team, and that worked. They're able to pop that Kraken in like the ramp part of XOXO spawn and constantly keep these members back. And here we go, that Kraken's gonna come out. It's going to try to find a pick in mid. It's not going to find anything but some space and get splatted immediately after. Not able to duck behind the shield there. And that's going to be a great pick for XOXO. It's going to help them get this forward control. But power clams on both sides. This could be which team can get this early control of mid. And it's a pick back and forth. But 2 picks on the side of XOXO might be what spells their doom here. As
yeah,
it's
Proto with a clutch double with the Zuko, so that's going to enable Never Back Down, Never What to try to get another push off here. They are going to open up this basket. They do have some claims to follow up with, and same thing as before, the Kraken is going to push in deeper into the base, so that's going to be something that XOXO is going to have to deal with. It's coming right behind them. They're not able to deal with it in time.
Exactly here, but the members of Never Back Down did get some spectacular splats towards the end of that hold there, so they're going to have this forward control still, and that's kind of really pivotal here when you're talking about Scorch Gorge. And you know what, for a second there, I forgot that there was that platform behind there, and I asked to myself why he fell off the map, and then he landed, and all my fears were abated. But
we see just kind of managing the clams right now, wanting to hang on to that ball, even if a push isn't imminent, just to have it, because you know you always have that threat when your team has a ball. You know, if we just send the Kraken off, they're gonna have to defend that. We do see the Kraken is gonna come out as the Zuka does as well. Target this power clam, just kind of putting a target on the carrier's back right now, and that's gonna have to force them to give up mid. So again, just buying time. XOXO still looking to open the basket for the first time, not quite able to get the push that they want. The strikes are not quite able to find anybody, take up the space. So we do see the crab come out top mid, try to make something happen, but now they're dealing with the flank on the side here.
And now they're dealing, with that flank. But so for XOXO, they have this forward control. I mean, the Zuka and crab have been used to kind of acquire this, but not gonna. It's while one team might use specials to get the advantage, all 8 players in this lobby have specials, right? Not like anyone's playing with that disadvantage. So when they get it built, they can always build it and do that denial. And that's what's happening right now. The Zuka coming out from Never Back Down, Never What is going to get 3 there. And it's going to be a massive way to keep this lead. 30 points remaining, and the Kraken cheese is imminent. It does not get any points, but it keeps the barrier open for longer. And now XOXO has to spend more of that precious time, that is 10 seconds that are left, fighting back at Never Back Down. 5 seconds left. Yeah, there's a power clam on board, but overtime in Clam Blitz is really short.
And now we see the Zuko was able to get another one, but Proto is going to go down. They can set up a jump, but they're going to get taken out. And that was huge. Now they really are just kind of desperately trying to make something happen. Love Galore able to take out one, but the Clam is going to stay alive a bit longer. Some nice movement, trying to get close, but it's not going to be enough. It is going to be Never Back Down, Never What, taking game 1 of our grand finals.
Taking game 1, you said they were really strong. They took their previous map there on a Clam Blitz match, and they're showing us that they're really good at this Clam Blitz mode. They kind of know how it works, and that's a great showing, because Clam Blitz definitely one of the most team-intensive modes in this game. It's the casual's nightmares. It's really hard to solo queue into. All right, and but once you have these teams, it's all going to be about who plays together as a team more and better, right? And that's just how that went down. Never back down. Teamwork was there, but maybe XOXO or they're waiting for these other modes. They're a little bit dormant. Maybe they need to either they're gonna switch something up, or maybe they just need to they need to not go into this Kraken. I mean, I don't think we're gonna see Never Back Down, gonna stay with that Kraken. It's definitely more of a clam thing, but maybe that was the difference maker for XOXO.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you're XOXO, you're probably thinking, even though they didn't necessarily crack and cheese us like you'd expect, they did beat us on what's 96 Deco's probably best map mode in the set list here. So, you're probably not going to see that weapon again, or if you do see it again, it's not going to be as strong. So, that's something they play, that's something we don't play. So, just kind of take your beating on its best map mode and then move on, try to find another way to win 3 out of these next 4. So the focus is going to just turn to Rainmaker on Museum here. It's going to be interesting to see what kind of team is able to get off to a hot start right away. The pop isn't really that important on this map. It doesn't really get you much map control. It never really threatens to kill anybody. So what teams kind of choose to maybe go for a sneaky flank right off the bat, which teams just want to get the pop to get that out of the way, which teams are just going to farm special. The opening strategy here, I think, is going to be really telling.
It will be telling indeed. Well, sorry, my lack of sleep is catching up to me here. But there will be one thing that will keep me awake, and it's going to be what interesting shenanigans are going to happen here. That's a word. I'm coining
If you're tired now, remember a public service announcement for everybody in the U.S. outside of Arizona and Hawaii. Your clocks are going to move forward overnight, so...
Oh, God. No.
Get ready for a little less sleep. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but... Hey, just a public service announcement for everyone out there.
Now I gotta check.
Savings time.
Time to not deal with it, and then if anyone tells me that I'm late, I'm just gonna say, no. You're wrong.
I heard someone describe it best. If daylight savings times was a good idea, it would be a big event that they'd hold at like noon with a parade or something. But the fact that they do it like thieves in the night just proves that it's an awful, awful idea.
I think we should definitely celebrate it with parades. You know what? I think that would be hype. I think I'd like it a lot more.
I think Arizona and Hawaii, they got it right. Just ignore it. You guys can move around. We have our own time that we're just sticking with and deal with it.
Yep. Oh, I'm gonna have to wake up early. Darn. Tough. And that's
It's always the big adjustment too whenever the rotations now they change, like, if you're used to them changing on the odd hour, now they change on the even hour and vice versa. It's always like something that takes a little getting used to when I'm waiting for maps to change.
Yeah. I'm gonna be an hour late to a bunch of things. I'm gonna know that. I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, you said 3, and it's gonna be actually 4 o'clock, and I'm like, it's 3, and they're like, bro, you're an hour late, bro. Come on. Get with the program. We're saving daylight. Daylight wouldn't exist if we wouldn't move the hour one later.
And if you're these teams, I'm just planning on being tired because I know that adrenaline of being in grand finals is just not something that wears off super easy. They'll probably be up quite late after this, just waiting for that to wear off.
Hey, if you ever need something to wear down with, like, just go to YouTube, find like a 9-hour VOD of some Let's Play. Boom. You'll go to sleep. Unless it's really interesting, and then you'll watch probably the most interesting Let's Play of your life. Which, I mean, I guess is a worthy trade-off for your sleep schedule.
I fall asleep to YouTube too. It's very hard balance to find something that is like entertaining enough that I want to watch or want to listen to, but not too entertaining that I can tell
you right now, what you don't do is watch anime. Don't do it. You'll somehow get sucked into it, and then you'll watch 9 episodes in a row. Like, it's over. It's over. You won't get sleep. But we'll soon be getting into things. Words fail me, and it's the worst thing to happen as a commentator. So you say something, and then your brain goes, no speak. But what will their brains be doing? Most likely, oh, heavy edit. Let's go, baby.
I forgot we did see the heavy edit come out
I'm gonna
from
be
Never
very
Back
biased. I hope
last
I hope
episode.
you remain very calm and collected for XOXO because I might be a bit energetic. If you don't know, I do play heavy edit. This is my weapon.
I like Fishy trying to give Never Back Down a taste of their own medicine by going with the 96 deco on their own here, and we see not quite working out for them right away as the early kills. Oh my gosh, just barely dodging that Zuka shot. Can they stay alive here and get this checkpoint? It'd be big if they could. They do. Heavy edit making some plays with the Rainmaker, and now a quick pop. We see trying to get something going, but not really able to follow up and get too many more points. We see the specials coming out from XOXO to shut down that push.
I mean, one of those things about the heavy edit is that it shoots really fast and it can shred bubbles, right? It shreds that Rainmaker bubble. It shreds a lot of things, right? Great object shredder, and it's kind of what it's very useful for. Also, it's a great midliner, right? An alternative to the Nautilus, if you would. But I say that, and it's going down. Two go down on the side, never back down, never won. It's all left up to Proto, but Proto finds one, and that might be enough to keep stalling long enough for the jumps to come through. It's Rainmaker's gonna reset and never back down, getting all the way down to 40.
Yeah, XOXO never dropped it off their plat initially, so the Rainmaker just stayed there when enabled Never Back Down to go from 51 to 40, just improving their lead a bit more than you'd like to see. And we see on the Shark here, nice play by Risu, able to get that pick and then go ahead and grab a cooler. And it's going to be them just trying to work on this space. Nice retreat there, honestly. Saw that they were shaping up to get in the middle of a 2v1, so just backed out, lived to fight another day, and now able to get a pick. Really just smart, patient play there.
Exactly, really smart, patient play indeed. But Rainmaker has been popped, but it looks like Never Back Down, never won. You're gonna let this heavy edit grab it instead, and it's gonna get caught by the Zuka. One of those things is when you try to push that plat, sometimes if you don't push far enough, there's this large sight line available right here on that right side of the spinny. And that allows you to... Oh, no. I believe that per the rules, you can end and restart the battle. It has not been long enough, and the points have not gone down low enough.
Yeah. Pretty close, so we'll see. The team's just gonna regroup and give this another go, but you know, can't change the comp or anything, but you saw Never Back Down, Never What, get off to a great start. So if you're XOXO, you have to think, how can we disrupt their opening a little more? Whether it's just something like making sure that our Stamper stays alive so we can keep hitting top mid with the Toxic Mist, so that way this jump isn't quite possible. So at least force the Rainmaker to take a bit of a longer path.
It's an evil replay watching Asan struggle with getting up the checkpoint because, I mean, let's be honest, you got to dodge and weave all this part of this stuff on the screen. Like, it's sometimes hard to get up there, but I'm just kidding. What I mean, it's really tough, right? It's Nintendo strikes again, but currently what we can get from this map is Never Back Down, Never What are doing spectacularly at making these pushes and then locking out XOXO. What? We're hearing stuff from producers that this game counts.
Oh, 60 points?
The non-disconnecting team did pass 60 points, and the rules say that that is the mark. So it looks like this will count for Never Back Down, Never What. And I'm not gonna discredit the idea that XOXO could get back in on that map, but let's be honest with ourselves here. Never Back Down, Never What were very strong, and they were gearing up towards an insane push right there. We're doing a homie reset, which, I mean, kudos to these players. Even in grand finals, the camaraderie of these teams, they might be enemies in the game, but they're not enemies in real life. They're willing to roll it. They're willing to roll it again, because I know there's tons of people in these competitive scenes that would say, no, bro, we got the win. What do you mean? We go next. But Never Back Down, Never Went. I mean, true sportsmanship coming out right there.
I was ready to be XOXO the lawyer there, because when I was hearing that the rule was the non-disconnecting team cannot have gone past 60, technically they got 260, and 260 is not past 60.
Oh my god.
We have to remember that. We would have been splitting hairs, but all good. We got the gentleman replay here. So it's gonna be
past 60 remaining. Yeah, I think your argument kind of fails there.
Oh, past 60 remaining. Okay.
Yeah, which the words were a little bit confusing, but it's all good in
like
this
a
scene.
Test or something to see if they know the laws first before they just go and argue in court, I think.
That's also why neither of us have, passed the bar test or something, we're not lawyers here. We're Splatoon commentators, Splatoon players. Taking the homie reset, I'm still shocked Never Back Down did it, and I'm very impressed with them. That shows a lot of character here, or maybe a lot of confidence that they'll run back and win it again. I just realized a very second way to interpret that, but honestly, if I'm there, I would have that confidence. They kind of rolled that first push, and the second push was gearing up to be absolutely fantastic. So we'll be seeing here, and the colors. Never Back Down is yellow now. If I make mistakes, you'll know why.
And so we see this time playing a little bit safer at the start. All their members are going to get pushed back to their plat, but able to get a couple of picks right away. So, a better opening we've seen. And then for some reason, Never Back Down, Never Surrender picks up the Rainmaker, going to get instantly picked off. And that's going to open up an opportunity for XOXO to try to get this push in. And we see the revenge of the homie reset trying to get somewhere, but the Kraken just going to be kind of stuck. We see some nice movement there, but Rainmaker is going to get taken out, and then Love Galore just going to jump out. So neither team able to break the first checkpoint in the opening minute. It's going to be Never Back Down, Never What, trying to get set up for a proper push here as they are all coolered. They are just trying to paint mid right now, get some specials underway as we see the members of XOXO grouped up on their plat, able to find one. So there it is going to be the Zuka battle coming out, and it's going to be CJ that wins that Zuka battle. So not really the counter push we were expecting from Never Back Down.
Not exactly, but Risu getting in here, grabs one, and that's what they need. Gets two here, as there's three going down on XOXO as it gets to the first checkpoint. Love Galore going down there is massive. That's going to allow some forward pressure. They're going to sneak around the right side. Kraken in response, and it is able to get them. Two go down, but three go down on the side of XOXO. It's 2v1 here, and it's up to Fishy. Fishy getting bombarded by Zuka right now, but he does not go down, which allows to buy time, but it's 44 points left, and XOXO trying to make a defense, but the pop is here, and there's more points on the board, down to 35, and not again. Nintendo.
Bye, love. So yeah, looks like just not quite able to stick around with us. Fishy put up a valiant effort staying alive for as long as they could to try to block off this, but now they're just going to play it out, try to win this down an entire player. That starts by getting the Rainmaker to reset, which they are able to do, and able to get a pick on the squeezer. So right now, just have to take it one bit at a time. Gonna go down to the last shot of Proto Zuka though, so not quite able to get off their plat here as we see the members of Never Back Down just kind of diving in. Now they are coolered up, so they can play as aggressive as they want because they're not really going to get burned by it, as they still have that checkpoint as a buffer before XOXO can score real points.
spectacular Kraken there, and XOXO, even down a member, are looking like they're gearing up to make a good push here. Tuga down on the side of with the Zukas, and it's a man advantage somehow by the team with the less players, and that's a testament to how well this team can play. But the checkpoints can be grabbed by XOXO, but there's a lot of points remaining they have to get through. And now all 4 members of Never Back Down, Never What are in prime position to keep this moving forward. Kraken comes out. It's not able to find anything but a lot of space. But one member does go down to say it. XOXO and both go down to the Rainmaker. Kaboom. Tough.
Just hard. As soon as the Kraken gets popped, you see so many members of Never Back Down just taking all kind of high ground, making it so the Kraken can't catch them all bunched up and punish that. But then you saw once the Kraken was clear, they did all group up to get that Rainmaker pop. So, you know, you just have to look, you know, maybe a fortunate Zuka shot or a fortunate bomb could be something that picks off these players as they're being aggressive. They let you get through that first checkpoint, which was half the battle, and see if you can follow up with it. Fishy looking to try to find somebody with this Kraken. Looks like not going to quite be able to. And again, just 40 seconds left here. Really good effort trying to make something happen here, but it looks like they're just not quite able to find something again. With the Zuko can try to take out the Rainmaker. They will, and all of a sudden there's only one man alive on the side of Never Back Down if they can try to pick him off. But again, he's just buying time, stalling, which is not what you need for you if you are XOXO right now. Just again, they need to start getting the Rainmaker and getting a push going, but instead they can't even get a hold of it themselves. They're getting blocked out of it. But as I say that, they do get the delayed wipe, so they are going to get a chance to get an overtime push here. Who's going to grab it? It is going to be Mar. They're going to have to deal with somebody rushing at them right away. They're going to be forced to burn the Zuka, and it will eventually find the Gal, but we see now the Zuka coming out. They're going to have to hide from that as the time ticks down. Only 40 seconds with the Rainmaker left. We see the Kraken come out, but it's going to be a little hard to defend with the Rainmaker. We see the flank come in, and yeah, just a scary place to hang on to the Rainmaker in overtime when somebody can just come right out of spawn and dive on you like that. So tough luck there for XOXO, but it is going to be Never Back Down taking game 2.
Game 2 grabbed by Never Back Down, Never What, and now Never Back Down, Never What are on the cusp of being your Squid Junction champions here. But it's all going to be about this third map here, and hopefully Nintendo doesn't strike again for the side of XOXO, but you can never be sure. But XOXO, even when down a player, it's the best I've seen a team down a player perform. They made a great push all the way to first checkpoint, and if things had gone better, maybe more cracking kills or a luckier Zuka positioning, maybe, just maybe, we could actually be talking the praise of XOXO making an insane comeback. But it's just not what was meant to be. That's not how the script was written, and instead we'll be going to map 3 match point.
Yeah, rough there, because especially a Rainmaker, Kraken's really about moving defenders away from their preferred position that they're defending from. And, you know, you really need teammates to kind of follow up and catch them in that chaos of repositioning and running away from the Kraken, punish that and take them out. So when you're down a teammate, you know, the Rainmaker is already being held by somebody, so really you only have one teammate instead of 2 that's able to help you with, you know, making something out of that chaos. So just a tough situation all around, but XOXO coming back and to still try to make this a set here, and it's going to start on Mommy Ruins.
Mommy Ruins Splat Zones. We've seen XOXO play on this map, but will they be able to bring that same fire and passion they had on this map in this match?
Yeah, back
oh
in...
god, I had a yawn like for 10 seconds straight.
Back in winners finals, Never Back Down, they got beaten pretty handily on this map. So, you know, you hate to be down 0-2, but if you're looking for a situation to come back, XOXO, this is a map that you won on. This is a map that these guys lost on last time they played it. So they are going to come in. Looks like XOXO is grabbing a sub with a more steady internet connection. So at the very least, they can try to face these guys hope they are going to just have the same guy, so hopefully be able to ride it out with the 4 of them, do or die here.
I was gonna say, it's not gonna be a better interconnection. It's who paid more ties to Nintendo. How much money you paid to the overlords of Wi-Fi, but I mean that's just tough. It's gonna be the same player, and hopefully they don't disconnect here. That's kind of the risk of, you know, Nintendo servers. They'll strike you once, but once it strikes twice, it's you gotta think. You gotta stop wearing the metal hat on your head. That was a bad pun, and I apologize for that one. I don't think any of these members are wearing goofy metal hats, but maybe they are. Guys, if you're watching this, go show me your goofy hats on Twitter or something. I don't know. But goofy hats aside, we're going to be looking at a goofy map as we're going to get into Umami, and I think this map is kind of silly.
And we see 2 members of Never Back Down going with opening Gambit. They're looking to get an early advantage and just ride this out here. We see the Zukas coming out. Looks like we see a trade going down top mid. And so these teams right now, it is going to be Never Back Down getting early control of the zone, trying to push these players back. We see the Kraken come out, but Spec was taken out. So again, just not quite anybody there to help out with the follow-up. We do see one member finally get taken out, but oh my gosh, Risu doing a really good job all tournament on this 52, just pushing way up and then getting picks hiding in that wall. And now all of a sudden, it's already down to 50. You're in scary territory here if you're XOXO. Gotta try to make something happen, but again, more members are going down. This is not what they want to see. They're basically only going to have one opportunity to try to get a zone cap here. This tournament's going to be over.
XOXO, they need to shake off the dust of that last map, and it's a Kraken to try to get them back in here, and it does manage to get one zone, but no picks. But all those defenders are now in that scramble situation you talked about earlier, but Fishy gets splat outside of the Kraken for him, and another pick comes out from the Zuker, and oh my god, that's the final nail on the coffin as a disgusting wipeout comes out. But in fact, the Zipcaster actually manages to find 2. And it's Spec trying to keep XOXO back in this match with 2 go down on the side of XOXO with only 1 to trade, and there's 4 points left. It's a battle on this point right here, but the bucket is going to push him off. It's going to be a perfect knockout to take us to a 3-0. Never back down, never what? They never gave up. 3-0 here, and they are your Squid Junction champions.
Yeah, big credit to them. Proto, really strong Zukas, all set, and right there, just a critical moment. Able to get a huge double that basically iced the game, but can't ignore the valiant effort by the Zipcaster there at the end. Just able to buy a little bit of time to try to prolong the game, but XOXO just not quite able to get the cap. But yeah, we see just, again, really strong lockout here. Hard to deal with 2 weapons with wall when you're trying to deal with a lockout, having to go through that, not the easiest thing. We see just the pick with the Zuka there, and then there was the double, so Proto getting 3 when it mattered most there. 20 seconds left on the timer. Just not something you can afford to happen if you're XOXO, and it's something that wins you the tournament if you're Never Back Down, never what. So great job to them taking Squid Junction 63.
Good job to them, but kudos has to go to XOXO for getting 2nd place here. What a spectacular showing, but sometimes you just can't close it out in the end, but it is what it is. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing Cargo. I do like watching that map, but our champions, I mean, absolutely spectacular. Kudos to Never Back Down, never what. And a big kudos goes out to every team that participated. Y'all are all amazing and keep coming out to these. If you want to participate, go find a pickup. Go get in these discords. Go look up the StarDG. Sign up on the Battlefy, I believe. Don't quote me on that. And, you can be up here. You could be the next Never Back Down, never what. So I want to see y'all out here. But that's going to be all from us. I mean, Greg, where can we find you?
I'm on Twitter there at What Is It Greg, and I'm on Twitch at Gregory Live. And Anson, how about you?
Actually, I need you to answer me a question now. What is a Greg?
Well, it's actually a Jeopardy answer. We'll have to see what the question is.
We'll have to see what the question is. But my name's Anson, and you can find me on Twitter right there at Ansonin4 without the O because I mistyped it while typing. And I can't be bothered. And you can find me over at Twitch. My socials have now changed to Ansonin pretty uniformly. There's only one left I have to nab. But you can find me over at Twitch at AnsoninFGC. And you can find me over at YouTube at Sir_Bacon. That's the one I need to nip in the bud.
All right. So thanks again for tuning in. Thanks for hanging with us, enjoying all the Splatoon action. It's a great tournament, and yeah,
Shoutouts
Squid
to our
Junction.
producer as well. Thank you for making this a possibility.